Hey, what's happening, y'all? Want to pop in and say hello to Misty, if you're still there. How you doing today? I thank you for coming. What's up to the Witcher, if you're still around? I appreciate you coming through. Hello, Miss Quinn. How are you? How is it going? I hope all is well. I got me a break right here for a minute, so I'm going to have me a cup of coffee. 'Cause I don't drink coffee all the time, and or tea, and I like both. So I'm going to have some right quick. So if you hear me slurping, just know I'm greedy. No, so I'm just joking. All right, cooking with Sofa, if I'm saying it right, Sophia, in the UK. Hello, how are you? How you doing today? Cooking with SAFIA. What's happening in the UK? I hope you are doing well. Welcome. And thank you so much for spending some of your time and stopping by. If you got a channel going, I definitely will come by and visit you. Everybody here is chilled. I don't consider mine as a channel. Mine is just a hangout spot for everybody to come chill, keep it real, and have fun and enjoy each other and make friends, but just watch who you deal with, because there's a lot of people that have came on here that are not so friendly. That's why when I go into people's lives, I don't or even their channel, just jump and start subscribing to just anybody. You got to know who you're dealing with. And a lot of times your host can tell you that, because I'm the type that if I'm not sure, I'd rather ask the host. And sometimes the host may not know, but a lot of times when the host knows, they'll tell you, well, yeah, that's somebody that we get that come on the page that could be problematic. We try to get rid of them when we can, but don't get involved with it. So it says you are a cooking channel. What you be cooking over there? And are you still around, Miss Quinn? I'm trying to, well, I had some time here a while ago. I was trying to learn how to set up my live in a different way, and I got a bit frustrated with myself and in my own way, so I had to take a step back and just do it the way that I know how, which is what I'm doing now. But I'm not going to give up. I just need to regroup myself and try again, because I got frustrated with myself. Remember, I told you guys how I get down. I keep it 100% real, and it don't got nothing to do with giving the devil a foothold or none of that. Everything is not about that. Even people don't, a lot of people don't even understand that when things bad happen to you, it's not just the devil. It's what's meant to happen for you, and God lets some of this stuff stew for a reason. You know, and I had a nice guy in here earlier, and we were talking about, some things in the Bible. A lot of people are not comfortable with that subject, the Bible and politics. And, if you feel that's not for you, you can click off. I don't feel no kind of way or nothing. I get it. You know what I mean? It's real talk. But a lot of times, in the Bible, I have this guy was the first guy to say it. I call him Cool, that was in the live earlier. Him and my pastor said it twice, that they blame everything on Eve, what happened in the garden with the forbidden fruit. And I've always thought that it wasn't just Eve's fault. I thought it was Adam's fault as well. So, I had said a certain something. He said he don't agree. I said, because, they said Eve did this. And he said, I don't agree. I believe it's Adam's fault too. And the reason why I said it like that is because most people that learn about it always say Eve. And when you try to say you think it's Adam's fault, it turns into a big controversy. So I kind of not run it like that. What's happening out there, Adam? How you doing? Chilling. How's the practicing and training going for you? I hope everything is working out for you. And one thing that we know about religion is that everybody can read the same Bible and come out with a different understanding, which kind of there's really a certain way of certain parts of it is right, and then some things people are going to work it the best way they can work it. Yes, it turns into a personal perspective. Yes, and gets away from the truth. See, that's what I'm saying. Just like, and no judgment. And I know people, we grown, we got to, reiterate that a lot, because people get in their feelings and then it don't even be about the topic. That's why people can't resolve conflict, because there's more of them having a problem with each other than the actual problem they're trying to solve. And I feel like with different stuff, just like nowadays, the way people dress to go to church. I think God says, come as you are, but we know what's appropriate and what's not. And some people get besides yourself. Like you got some people that say women shouldn't wear, wear, skirts, above their knees. And I feel that as long as you, and I'm not telling nobody what to do. I'm not trying to force my opinion on anybody, but I feel that there's place and time for everything. And I feel that you need to need to dress respectable for yourself and where you at. You understand what I'm saying? Everything, I'm not going to go to Imp in church with a Daisy Dukes on, or wearing club attire or strip pole clothes. And I'm not judging those strippers. You get it how you live. It's your business. You do what you do. There's no judgment there. I'm just saying attire, certain attire, tight shirts and bras and things like that, pants sagging, walking with a swag and trying to chill like you out in the club or the streets when you in the house of the Lord. And a church is not just the only place you can have service at. I had service just the other day with a woman in the grocery store, and me and her don't even know each other from a can of Oops paint. And we clicked on the same level, and we were different ages, races, and all that. And then there was some stuff that, excuse me, she was talking about that I begged to differ differently, but I understood where she was coming from, and I also learned, and a few things that I learned from her that I didn't believe in, now I have a better understanding, and I may consider it now, because the tongue is the hardest muscle to tame. So when you're able to realize that you have two ears and one mouth for a reason, a lot can happen. So with that being said, we were just talking, and once again, everything got blamed on Eve. And what they're saying basically is, in a lot of cases, is that Eve, was approached by the serpent, and she made the wrong decision and believed the serpent. And then when Adam came around, she gave him some of the forbidden fruit as well. But a lot of cases, people, well, I know two people so far really that really dove into this was the pastor saying it twice, and that was just this week. And then a nice guy, I call him Cool, that came in the live and said it, is that it's not all on Eve. And I never felt that it was either, but you can't talk the way, I'm not saying to let nobody take your rights of speech and all that. That's not what I'm saying. But it's not worth it, bother with a whole bunch of drama. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bert. I really appreciate it. I know how it is because I just got back on. I had to get off for a minute too because I'm taking care of some business here, and I'm trying to, because we just got another new computer, and I'm trying to do these lives differently so that I don't have to do it the way I'm doing it now, which would be a lot easier. And I got a computer that helps with that kind of stuff, but I have a hard time learning. Hey, Squirrel, how are you? Thank you so much for coming. Hello, hello. So I have to learn in a different way than a lot of people. You know what I mean? And that's why we got certain things in place at schools and stuff like that, because I've been one of the ones. I may sound like I got a gift for gab, but you know what I mean? I don't even gonna say a gift, just I can talk a lot better than I can do things on paper and technical stuff. I mean, I can get it done, but I got to do it differently. And I had somebody that took out their time to try to show me, but it got to be too much for me because there's a lot of steps to it. And because of how I learned, I had to slow back. And now I feel bad trying to beat myself up. See, this is the stuff we talk about. Like, people don't keep it real with you, praising the Lord one minute, and then you got doubt and fear the next. This is the world we live in. Or what is our Sunday time? Oh, here we go again with that. Anyway, I basically said to myself, here it is. Here we go again with that, feeling away. And then I realized there's nothing to beat yourself up over. A lot of times what you do is you straighten up and you start again. But I told the person I'm not ready for this right now. So what I'm doing, I'm taking my time and critiquing my notes because I need to read it step by step. I'm not good sometimes with somebody right over my shoulder. It depends on what it is and what I'm doing. Sometimes I'm not good with people right over my shoulder. Do this, do that. And not that they're talking nasty, controlling, mean, or anything. It's my comprehension, my frontal lobe, my chemical imbalance of how I process things. So I am not ready right now. So what I did was I got my notes, because I was writing them fast, which the person didn't require me to write them fast, but that's how I get. And then my handwriting is horrible, so that was like, chicken scratch within itself. So I decided to tell them that I don't think I'm ready. They didn't do anything wrong. Nobody's walking away from this feeling no kind of way. I'm going to take some time and decompress, rewrite what I wrote so that I can read what I wrote, even though I usually can unscramble my chicken scratch handwriting. I still made it worse than what I normally could that's legible for me. And then sit down and meditate in it for a minute, and then practice a few times on my own, and then go back again and try again. Never give up. I am doing good, squirrel. Any day that I wake up, I can see, hear, talk, walk, or not even necessarily be lucky to have all that. Something, I'm alive. And I'm glad that you're doing well too. And I was just saying that I'm trying to learn how to start setting up these lives in a different, more easier way, and also being able to provide more content that way, because I got a new system here and I need to learn how to work it so that I can do my lives differently than what I'm doing, and I can give you guys more of an atmosphere of other things, even if it's just bubbles or something else, learn how to play some music. And also I'm going to try to set up a background so that when I come on and do these chats, I can show at least part of my face, something, and just keep moving until I can get it right. But other than that, I had one of those situations once again, which has always been something with me, with school and learning and how I learn and how I do things. And sometimes you can get in your own way, and sometimes it's your chemical imbalance in your brain. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you have any kind of mental health diagnosis, or it could, and what's wrong with it? What about it? And it could be, and why not, and what? Nobody's perfect, but I'm just trying some new things here. And just like with the background that I got up here, this is my own little ramblings and doings. Because if I could be on camera the way I like, I'd bring y'all into the living room with me and other places of the house and just let you see everywhere I'm at and not worry about it, or just period, be on camera. But since I cannot, there's always a will and a way, so I'm trying another way. And I'm claiming, that it's gonna happen. It's just gonna take time. And I think that it's going to be fine, because I got a whole lot of stuff. I got some other things that I wanted to introduce to you guys in conversation. And once again, there doesn't have to be a conflict, because with people, it's not even necessary. Just say, like, if you disagree with somebody, it's not just about the disagreement, but it's how you behave towards each other and having respect to agree to disagree. And you don't have to stay in a situation just because you don't agree or agree. You can make your choice collectively where you want to be and what you want to do about it. Because like I said, I meet people in my personal life, and I meet people, on here, that we are all different people from different walks of life. And that's a good thing, because I think if we all were the same, it would be boring. So by us having different opinions and things like that, that brings different opportunities to the table. And once again, we always going to meet somebody that knows something we don't know. And that's what's good about it. And we all are paired up with each other to help each other out, to respect each other and understand the differences that we all have, come together collectively, learn, help, and teach each other, and do it moving. If not, you don't get nowhere in the world, because there's not too many situations in life that you don't need somebody. And I don't care if you are somebody, I'll just say, because people seem to love to talk about material stuff a lot. And, I'm not saying you guys in particular, I'm just saying in the world. But just say if you are, we got millionaires and trillionaires out here, you can sit back, somebody can cook your food for you, somebody can brush your teeth for you if you want them to, run your house, drive you places, but still, you have to get help. That's help. I don't care if it's paid help. I don't care, because all money ain't good money. You know what I'm saying? So you still need somebody. We just can't be here and not need anybody. And most of all, the Lord. Definitely the Lord. So I just like to keep that in mind too. Everybody needs somebody. And we all walk in hand through a lot of different stuff that we do. And once again, if somebody's doing something that don't work for you, just like I had a person that I had been watching a lot of their videos, and they were transitioning in life. And I don't judge people. It's none of my business. And their content was awesome. But then they started getting, to the point where it wasn't appropriate for where I am at in life. And even if they would have fixed it a little bit better, the way they were wording it and handling it, I would have been fine with it. But it was more X-rated stuff that wasn't for what I was there for. And there's nothing wrong with them telling the truth, because they got a channel, 100,000 subscribers that want to hear that, period. And that's what they came for. Just like you got some people that may not call themselves Christian or walk with God, but they just live a life that they just do no harm, and they just take care of their family, and that's what they do. You got some people that want to be in the club, they want to be in the bar, they want to be in this, that, they want to drink and get high and do their thing. That's nobody's business to judge anyone. And I feel like a lot of us, we give a lot of passes to family members, and we make them exempt for things that they're doing, and come to find out that ain't for you to say. Y'all give me a minute. Hey, what's up, ladies? Y'all in the building? What it do, Grace? What it do, Miss Quentin? How's everybody doing? I am doing fantastic, Grace. Hanging in here, trying to live my best life, and everything ain't got to be best, though. That's what I realized, too. We don't always have to feel 100% good all the time. Just sit back and be grateful that something's happening, that we're feeling something. You know what I mean? Because everything ain't supposed to be all gun-ho, smiley all the time and stuff like that. It's just chillaxing. Let me type something into y'all beautiful ladies up in the building. Yes, yes, yes. Let's do this thing called life. Hmm. Hey, Katie, how are you? I know the last time we were talking, you were taking the kids to school. I'm glad you made it there and made it back. And I was just talking to the ladies here. Thank you so much. I appreciate the thumbs up, and thumbs up to you too, my beautiful lady, with that good cooking over there. If I could get a taste of that food, boy, would I be better off. You'd be cooking it up in that kitchen. And I thank you so much for your time too, because you was talking with me and you was getting your kids and stuff off to school. I really appreciate that. And we were just sitting here talking, and I was saying I hope everybody's doing well and okay and living their best life. And then I realized everything ain't about always having what we want and smiling ear to ear. Some of these things we have to endure and get through it. You may have some days that um, you're not feeling well, but you don't throw it all to the dogs. You know what I'm saying? I was talking to this person one day, and we said sometimes, when you run across people and they ask you how you doing, sometimes you can be honest with them and say, it ain't a good day today, but I'm making the best of it. So you can, maybe send something positive towards their way, because they may be doing worse than you. And you have some people say, well, what's going on? My coffee's cold, my car broke down, and I'm getting a divorce. Sometimes you put your best foot forward and not do it being phony. But sometimes you don't want to be a Debbie Downer or a nowhere Nate, where every time somebody says something to you, or every time things ain't going right in your life, you want to mope around and clown around, knowing that this is what life consists of. Especially with a lot of folks out here that have kids, you got to remember, sometimes you're the only God they may see, because they're not practicing in school, they're not learning at nobody else's house, so you got to teach your kids that yourself. You know what I mean? And it ain't always got to. There's gonna be days that you're not gonna feel good. Who wants to have a toothache, a headache, a chronic medical problem? We don't. But sometimes there's still something greater going on. Even you yourself, if you're the person that got something wrong with you, you got to deal with it. And I know that's better said than done, but still, no matter whether I want it to be or not, I still got to deal with it. And a lot of times, sometimes God is using you to help somebody else, and your problem may not be fixed. There's no questions to be asked. It's going down like that. And we all have to pay attention to that. It sounds good, Felicia. Do your thing. I hope you're doing well and have a good one. See you anytime you want to come through. Because like I said, I was just talking here. People don't seem to understand. I'm gonna run this right quick too, and I'm gonna keep it real. First of all, with me, I've already explained all my turmoil, and I promise you, I don't mind explaining it, and I know that I don't have to explain it. What's up, my beautiful sis? How are you today? Over 50 and fabulous, and so much more than that. Yes, ma'am. Yes, you are, and I appreciate you. And I'm going to tell you, you lit the streets up here on YouTube the other day when you were talking, because once again, you was walking right across my brain. I promise you, this is how I get down over here. And I know you wasn't talking to nobody Pacific. That's why you can't talk with people, because everybody, oh, they better not be talking about me. Well, the only reason you would say that person that feels you talking to them is because they needed to hear it. And it is their truth. So they get a little turned up and stuff. And we're going to rub people the wrong way by saying something positive or trying to help them be successful in whatever they do. How are you going to get mad at that? And see, that's how I feel. I promise you, this is how I get down, and I'm going to be real with you. Everybody know my story that's on here that so far that I think. I'm not dying either, like how people flipping out on YouTube. I promise you, I've been on YouTube, I think, since maybe 2017 or sooner than that. But I had a different channel, I had a different name, I was doing reviews, which I'm going to start back doing, but I'm going to clean up my act. Cause see, back then I was cussing and carrying on worse than a sailor. And guess what? One video I put up reviewing Love and Hip Hop with Carly B, that's before she got famous. I tore the streets up with my language. I was talking about who went down on who and who knocked on that back door and blah blah. I was talking like that, and within 15 minutes, I think, I got 1,000 views on that video. That was clocking time. And when I went into this business with someone that was, the mechanics behind everything. And I was the mouthpiece. But as I started doing it, I realized that I did not want to, and I wasn't doing hauls yet either. I didn't want to use them curse words like that and be that vile, because I'm trying to, I'm working on my salvation. So I had to chop that business deal off, but I could have took what I earned from that, which I didn't know nothing about revenue and getting monetized or anything like that. That person was like the boss, so to speak, and I was the mouthpiece. But I realized I didn't want to do that, but I could have kept going and started doing my hauls and stuff and kept going. And at that time, I would have been able to be on camera before this mess that I'm dealing with happened. But I didn't do it. I decided to chill out for a while. So then I came back doing the hauls and different little stuff in the car because I can't be on camera. But I never sit here. I'm not here, just like how we all know. I'm not here running down no money, because my bread is buttered before I ever even come on the scene of any type of YouTube. But that's only because of the greatness and goodness of God. And I'm sitting here, I have work at home stuff that I do, and also in the other hours of the day, I work from home. Now, normally, I don't even come on the lives, and it's not that, oh, you're sitting there running the live, and it's staring at a picture, you don't have a respect that people stopping by to see you, and blah, blah, and you're not even on camera. That's not how I'm getting down over here. I'm only doing what I can do. I am able to be on I'm able to be on here verbally than just being a silent live, because my hours have changed. And when you're the boss, I'm not bragging, but I can make some things shake and move because of COVID. Kind of, people don't understand. I won't call it that. I say C-19 has taken a lot from us, but I decided not to let that be the judge and jury for me. Me and my family took something positive from it, something that we had an idea to do before, and we decided to do it now, and it's been successful. And it came in handy real good for me, because I had a problem at one of my jobs that ended up with a big situation where I had to move and transfer somewhere else. And this right here, I have the free time to do it when I need to, because I got a business computer running. And when I say about far as the devices, I'm not going to sit here and dog walk myself for nobody. Thank you, Bert. I appreciate it. I'm not sitting here for the dog walk myself for nobody, but I am going to put in the time and the friendships, and it's not about the money. I'm not going to let this thing burn me out. I'm not bugging out. I know what I'm doing. If I want to pop up one every day and people can't come through, I understand that. I don't expect anybody to sit through no 8-hour lives. I don't expect nobody to watch the replay. I want people to do what they want to do on here, but you can't let it burn you out. But for some people, if this is your job in your career, you got to put into it what you want to get out of it. But folks got this thing twisted. Everybody's quick to judge, just like with me right now. I got people that I have been supporting for a couple of years. I can turn my camera around right now and go to their channel, and you can see that I left something 5 minutes ago, last week, 2 weeks ago, and then you look on my side and you see that they ain't visited me in 2 years, but now you'll see a commercial once in a while on your video. Or they see you doing lives. Now everybody's trying to think you had to come up, so they want to come up. And that's not why I'm here. First of all, if this became something lucrative for me, then I'd appreciate that. And if it do become something lucrative, I'm still going to run it like I run it. I'm just trying to get better at providing better content, because I am totally computer illiterate. You understand me? I just got a new system here, and I had somebody trying to show me how to do it so I can do my lives a little bit easier. I got all frustrated, and I'm going to keep it real. I'm not, oh, you repent, you fell apart. No, we're not doing all that, Sister Christ, Jesus, all that. We don't have to, everything don't have to be Sister Christian. Oh, you messed up now. The Lord finna knock you on the ground because that's not, listen, and I'm not telling what to do with people as far as serving God. I didn't go to church or ever attend church to have a religion. I don't care if you're Baptist, Pentecostal, any way you want to do, Jehovah's Witness, that's up to you, but there's only one God. And we all have to make sure we're in line and we're going to the right place. But I'm not in this for no kind of game necessarily. Even if I didn't, become lucrative, look at the friendships that I made that are priceless. Now, see, we got a lot of catfishing on here now, because I'm going to tell you something. Folks will be what they think you want them to be, and run some game on you. People can take a flight. You understand what I'm saying? You thinking that you meet old Miss Sarah Sue, and I'm not calling nobody name out specific. I'm just using them names for example. You think, oh, Sarah Sue, she's so nice. She let us know that she live in Pennsylvania and that she work at Walmart, bop, 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 and she's cool and good people. But you don't know that. That person could be, you know, a wolf in sheep's clothing playing a bunch of games, and you sitting here, and then it could be somebody that just bored and ain't got nothing to do. Because I had somebody that jumped in one of the lives saying something, I hope this live falls apart or something. And I said, thank you for coming. God bless you, sister, sir, or whoever you are. Have a good one. And I let them stay. And then they started bugging out where I had other people that didn't want to be bothered with it. And we got them up out of there. But you didn't take or make me or break me. It is what it is. And I don't understand why people's lives are so messy, but they got their opinion about everybody else's business, but yet they don't got their own lives together. I got somebody that come through here right now, and I don't like to throw a rock and hide my hand, but when I have a situation with people, I like to try to talk to the person myself instead of making a big spectacle of it, because I'm not petty like that. But I have somebody that just come over here. What they do is they get in the live, right? Now, everybody is supposed to chat and make friends, whether I'm there or not, because this is how we get down. This ain't even a channel, yo. This is a hangout spot. Okay, and they'll get in the live. And they'll say, well, don't you think Rruk is doing too much? Don't you think she's running her lives too long? Don't you think it's rude for her to be on here and not be on camera? And I'm saying, if you are so cool with anybody else in the live, or if you cool with me, why don't you just ask me that? But what you do is you get off, you hurry up and you throw up a live, and like we're in some kind of competition when I support you fully, and I don't even know you, and I never even done anything wrong. And then you come over and you say hi to try to make it look like good for the rest of the people that's in the crowd, and you really ain't really down about it. And I really don't care about that, but I'm just letting you know I see these things. And what people don't understand too is that I got a lot of people that reach out to me off of this and say to me, there's somebody in here that ain't walking right. Sometimes we got to have people that don't like us. Because, you know, and I ain't all that view is a view and all that. I'm not going to have anybody, because I had somebody that came in cursing real bad. And a few people that was in the live got offended, so I asked them, what would you like to do about it? But I didn't do it in the live. I went to their page separately, and they said, no, that ain't right for them to be calling all of us bees and all that. And I felt the same way, too. So we said, you know, exit to the left of the stage. And that was it. But I'm not here playing no games. I'm not letting nothing break me down, honey. I am chilling. You understand what I'm saying? I don't have a check that I get that I didn't work for. You understand me? I work here while I'm doing this, and I got family here. We just got a new printer in, business coming to the door, stuff coming in and out the house, products, we doing good. I also have another job that I do as well. So this is not what is going on here. Just because somebody see you pop up lives are not done the way somebody want them done. Is how you want yours done. You don't got to do your live according to other people. And when we was in that live last night, but I like to call you Miss 50. She turned the streets up for me, because that's the stuff that I be trying to advocate to people. I'm not throwing no subliminals. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I don't care if I say something like, when you talk about politics, when you talk about God, people want to get turned up and act some kind of way. Click off. And I'm not saying it in a negative way. I'm saying that I understand you. All money ain't good money. And I'm the type of person that if there's something that I do, a certain segment on something you're not comfortable with, what business do I got to expect you to stay if you're not interested in that, but you like other commentary? This is what it is, y'all. This is called life. This is called putting on your big panties. Do you understand? Your grown-up panties, not just your women putting on their big girl drawers. Men and women both need to step up to the plate and face the reality. And sometimes it's us in our own way. And then jealousy. I'm going to tell you that with the jealousy thing. That is an ugly creature. Do you understand what I'm saying? And the only way that I feel that I've ever come, and I won't even call it jealousy or envying anybody. I just will say, you know what? Sally, John, Michael got themselves together, got them a good job, and got them a car, and I need a car. And you know what? I'm going to do the same things. Not sitting back saying, oh, he think he's something, or she thinks she's something because they got a car. And you saying that because you're taking 2 or 3 buses, but that ain't your business. And you may not want to do what they did to get it. So that's their life, and what's for them is for them. Also, we all need to live before we die. I keep saying that, and people don't understand. Yes, we are born in a dying world. We are born to die, but it's what you make of this here to be guaranteed to make it into paradise. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then I just had a conversation earlier, and we were talking some religious stuff, and we were talking, I was saying, what did God say to Adam and Eve, in the garden, about the garden, what's forbidden and what's not. And I went by, because I know my pastor said it twice, and then this gentleman, I call him Cool, that was in the live, he said he doesn't agree with what I said because we said Eve. And I said, that's because everybody was trained to think everything fell on Eve. I don't think that way either. I think it was Adam and Eve, both for their faults. But at the same time, they blamed everything on Eve. And I'm going to leave it like that and jump back to something else. People are on here, and I know some people that are very successful on here. You have to burn yourself out. People got jobs where they're just working at Walmart and mopping the floors, and you get burnt out and tired from just about anything you do. But if you got your, like with me, ain't nobody coming here first for me. You understand what I'm saying? Ain't nobody here in my personal life on TV coming before God. You understand me? Ain't no way I can even get up out the bed and start my day without God. So I could never be that person that said, "Well, you sitting around on the computer all day, and did you praise the Lord today?" Well, what if I don't believe in God? What are you telling me? What do I do then if I don't believe in God? What if I said I was atheist? It's just so quick to judge, and tell somebody what they should be because that you're the sister Christian or the pastor guy that know it all. And that's not how we're supposed to be. God says, "Come as you are." Who are we? You could be on the strip pole. God will meet you where you at. And if he wants you off that pole, he's going to get you off that pole. But you have to do your part. Everything ain't about God doing everything for you. Sometimes we have to seek his face and not his hands. And stop always asking for something. Yeah, he said, "Asking you shall receive." But sometimes you just be grateful for what you got and sit down somewhere. I mean, that's what it is. When I get up, I be just grateful that I got up. Okay, Katie, thank you so much. You know what it is. Sometimes we got to do it. We got to sit back and reevaluate what you're talking about. Wait a minute, think about your partners. Oh, because they all over there and they so and so. But what were you doing? And if they were so and so, why are you around so and so? Sometimes you got to let it go. People think that when you're trying to walk with God that you're supposed to be perfect. Nobody's perfect. How do you think, and this is what I constantly ask people, how many different times has God destroyed and tried to start over again? We've had the Noah's Ark with the flood, Solomon and Gomorrah, all of these different things. How do you think the Lord Jesus Christ feels that he has given Adam and Eve paradise and that ended up happening? Then they had the first two kids and one killed the other. Come on. Let's think about it. Why do you think Jesus had to go and get hung on the cross? Because we can't do it. No matter how we try, ain't none of us going to ever be perfect. And you know that there's a lot of people that don't understand that when you look at, they always say the 12 disciples and the travel team that was with Jesus. Nobody never pays attention to who else was a part of the travel team. Somebody that was adulterous, somebody that was a thief, somebody that was a murderer. And I got this written down. But I come off the top of the head too, because this is the stuff that I learned, I remember, and I try to share. But I'm not on here preaching to nobody. What I'm talking about is how I'm living for real and how I'm living my life. I'm trying, and I make a mistake. Just like now, like I was saying, I got a new system. That's mine. For me to get myself together, to be able to bring my content together a lot better, not just for YouTube, for me. Sometimes it ain't about my son, my daughter, this person. It's always God first, and then I got to see me because I always get put in the back a little bit too much sometimes. Self-care. Wake up, wake up. I remember times you can have a baby that that just woke up, and what do babies want to do? Some babies, they're crying, they need their pamper change, they want to be held, they need a bottle. But if God's talking to you, that baby got to wait. A newborn. I don't care who it is, husband calling you for something, one of the other kids or whatever, they have to wait, because what's more important, you're not going to be able to do that if God ain't willing you to do it. If God ain't helping you do it, you're not going to be able to help any of those situations, because you got to look at it for what it's worth. I am here, right? Well, guess what? God's over my mother. God is my father, my mother's father, my aunt's father, my cousin's father, and we ain't talking incest. Everybody get that twisted and try to have them kind of relationships. I mean, that's your business, what you do, but I'm just saying. People don't pay attention to that. They make things what they want it to be. And then a lot of times there's some things we ask God for, and if he don't get it, we try to will it for ourselves. And then it never turns out right. You may think you're riding good, and then after a while, if you believe in God, he's going to catch up with you and say, "What'd I tell you?" And it ain't na or tit for tat. That's not what I'm talking about. You're going to see it down the line once this thing fall apart that he told you to wait, or maybe better yet, you're not getting it. So how do you act when God doesn't give you what you want? I mean, real talk. How do you act when God don't give you what you want? We know we get mad. We get frustrated and we get talk some crap. Ain't nobody perfect. There is nobody that wakes up every day and be perfect. There's always some kind of thought negative in your head, some negative action you've done. I don't care. And everybody looking at the pastors and the first ladies like they God. They're bringing the word just like any of us can bring the word. I met an old lady in the store. Me and her started talking, and she was 81. We don't know each other from a can of Oops paint. And me and her talking like we've been knowing each other for years, but it was about the word. And I'm gonna tell you, she said a lot of things that I don't agree with, but you know what? She gave me a different outlook on the stuff, and now I'm interested. You understand what I'm saying? The tongue is the hardest muscle to tame. You get where I'm coming from? And this is the reality that we live in. Everybody looking at me like I'm new on the spot. I'm not new on the spot. Maybe I'm new to you, but I'm not new to the tube because I've been here. I know what time it is. It's just that I've been doing other things in my life, and I had let this go for a while. Then I had a lot of drama that happened that had to flip upside down. You know, it's hard when you're a certain place and you come down, but you know what down is, so you're trying to look at it like you don't know what it is. That's what happened to me too. Because I always feel that you got to crawl before you walk. But I had, started off and got up, good. And then when I had to sink back because of these problems in my life, I felt like I was missing out on something. But what happened was I was able to receive the Lord a lot better than I did when I had 2 or 3 houses. You understand what I'm saying? Walking and don't have a car. You get what I mean? Less is more in a lot of cases. And I'm not saying not to enjoy good things like that, not to want good things like that, because God is the King of Kings, Lord of Lords, and he wants us all to be good, but he lets us know that this is not the paradise. This is not the promised land. And that clarified a lot of things for me because, when you go to a funeral, whether it be a baby, elderly person, handicapped, somebody, whoever that passed away, I always used to look and think, oh my gosh, and working in medical field too, I used to think, oh my gosh, they cutting that person open, oh my gosh, and then they're going in that box and they're going to be underground and their body's going to rot. If you know God, that's not really what's going on for real, that's important. The flesh is not it, it's the spirit. The spirit come up out of there. And when you're absent of the body, you're present with the Lord. And see, it took me a long time because I'm like, well, these guys are, people out here raping and killing. And I'm not talking about, I shouldn't have said guys, people. Because you know what? Women got criminal minds too. You understand me? Every man that a person can say that's an unfit father, that's abusive to his woman, that walked out on his kids, I can match 10 women that's the same way. Women do have criminal minds too. And once I thought about the stuff about being buried, I said, well, you know what? What is your relationship with God? Because see, I wasn't raised up like that, where we were taught about God. People talk about God around you, but nobody taught you anything. I had to learn this and seek this for myself, and I stumbled so many times and landed flat on my face. And it's going to happen again. I'm sitting here talking to you guys right now, and I'm like, oh gosh, I got to cook. And I'm like, well, what are you saying you got to cook for? Okay, you got to cook, but why would you be upset that you got to cook? Why would you be upset? You just got through talking about how your friend is struggling over here in Kenya. They didn't even have no food. See what I'm saying? We got to think, selfless and say, you know what? I got to get this together. I'm going to tell you, it happens a lot. I remember a time that I was, do my church service because that's what I do before I even start my day. Even if I have to do something physical that got to be done, I have to have the God involved some kind of how. And I put my earphones on if I got to do somebody's hair, whatever the case may be. And I left out and I realized I got halfway to where I was going and I didn't have my wallet. What was jumping on you right quick to get you to act a fool? You already know. Oh, gosh, damn, swearing a few words too. I don't care what nobody say, I'm going to be real with it. Finna get ready to plan on driving fast and acting stupid and maybe run a red light, whatever anger you got into for that moment. And you know who straightened me out real quick. Take your time and go back and do it the way I'm telling you to do it. You already know who's saying that. But see, God can't get in you if you don't want to receive him. I got myself together. Rather, I was going to be going back to work late, and that's your third strike, and you might get fired. Sometimes stuff like that happens to shaping you for your journey. People don't understand that all the bad that happened to you is not just the devil. I'm not saying that God is casting anything to hurt you, but when you're in situations, sometimes you got to be pruned back. You understand what I'm saying? Every rose has a thorn. The grass may be greener on the other side, but it still has to be mowed. That's the thing that people are not paying attention to. You look at all these famous people. What does money got? Like they be saying, what love got to do with it? And some things, what do love got to do with it? Some things have to be done whether you love somebody or not. The hard, the good, the bad, the sad, the in between. There's always a middle. And that's the thing that I keep saying about folks. Everybody look at these people just like right now. We got a big thing going with Kiki Palmer. I'm going to start talking about some of this because I'm going to go back to what I was doing, but I'm not going to be cursing. I wish I could put up one of my old videos and let y'all listen to how I went in and what views I got. I'm not bragging. I'm just telling you how people like to gutter, the shade more than they do you coming on saying something positive. And I always try my best to do, but I fall apart. I swear, I get angry. I got mad at myself earlier because I had somebody trying to show me what to do, and I felt myself kicking in with that old time type of rapport of dang, dumb, you didn't get all that. And I said to myself, what are you doing? And I told the person, listen, I got to get myself together. I can talk about God all day long, but I still have problems. This is what it is. We're not promised anything, and everybody always give me, or look at her, look at him, and then with the rich and famous, like I was saying, you got Keke Palmer's situation. She's going through a domestic issue. Look at that, how that generation play a role. The brother, he done it, and then their mother has a restraining order out against the father. All of that is something that's trickling down the line in the family. See, a lot of people think that, oh, well, what we got hereditary. We got mama's blue eyes and daddy's hairline. No, we got the alcoholic gene, the crackhead gene. We got behavioral stuff that's taught to people. Where do you think the boys got it from? They didn't just come up unless you got some kind of chemical imbalance. Come up, any relationship they get in, they beat up their girlfriends and wives and stuff. Dad was doing it in the house and mom accepted it. And and the woman is advocating for her sons of what they did and going off on people when she know in fact their father did the same thing to her. This is what I'm saying. You got to pay attention. A lot of times your kids don't do what you tell them to do. They do what they see you do. And we all have to pay attention that we are advocating ourselves. And sometimes we can't always say, well, I'm grown. Everything ain't about that. I'm looking at certain things, like if you say with the kids, well, I got a day off for work tomorrow, and I'm going to stay up a little bit late. And the kids may, Mom, can I stay up late? No, because you're younger and you got to be in school. So you need to go to bed and get your rest. But you can't say every day, well, what I do because I'm grown. Because the kids, you may tell them that and you may make them do what you say, but they will copy you in the long run. I know one guy said that he's an alcoholic, and the reason why he became an alcoholic is because every time they had a football game or a gathering, his father constantly sending him in the refrigerator to get the beer, bring me the scotch, and he said he decided to start trying it. And he became an alcoholic for 3 years right up under his mother and father's nose, and they didn't even know it. That's because he's a product of his environment. Just like I hear these girls, go get my blunt. Boo Boo, go get my blunt. You know how they call little kids Bookie and all them names like that. Get my blunt off the dresser. And now the child somewhere trying to put together some weed. And one girl here that I knew, and it was a case that I had to deal with. Her son brought some crack to school. Because he didn't know what it was, and he seen mom have it. I mean, I don't know how far, if she smoked in front of him or whatever, for sure what all went with that. But I know that he brought some crack to school. Because they're a product of the environment and things that you do, you think you hide it from the kids. Just like in some cases, kids rather be from a broken home than to live in one. And I know what that is like when you're in the house and you got stuff going on and people get knocked all upside the head and all that. People want to lie and hide from mental health. We all got something going on at some point in our life, and it doesn't have to be as extreme as some people, because a lot of people got that chemical imbalance and it's diagnosed to be that way. But see, when I've ever had any problem like that with somebody in the family, we did not just go and think that everything is going to be answered by laying on a psychiatrist's couch and getting therapy and popping some damn pills. You got to reach out to the universe, and most of all, you go to God first. And then whatever it's going to be, he's going to tell you what to do and where to go. But a lot of times, our children and family members are a product of their environment, which is what you set, and that's why their head is bugged out. And sometimes, too, you let the TV babysit for you too much instead of being hands-on with your kids. And then they learn all kinds of stuff from the programs, the computer, and all that. And then you wonder when they go to school why they acting a fool. It's because they have no substance, because you didn't do nothing with them. They ain't been taught nothing. I understand even back when I was coming up, you had Barney and Adora. Now we got Peppa Pig and all this other stuff. But how long does a child sit in front of the TV? Do you have any cap off time for the PlayStation? Do you have time for your child or children? Are you sitting down with them coloring and stuff? Yeah, Barney, A, B, C, and the Peppa Pig, yeah, count to 3 and all that. But why you can't sit down and count to 3? These women, not these women, a lot of women have lost their mind when they had to start doing the homeschool, because they knew that the kids was underage. They had to be proactive, not just a situation where women had to struggle, because, school was somewhat a babysitter, because you made your hours around that, because you couldn't afford daycare, nanny, daddy, one there, auntie, whoever. And now you got to try to be home because you got underage kids that can't be alone. But I'm talking about the ones that are on there, and the kids don't, they acting up, they're not getting on the computer right, you can't deal with them, you don't want to be bothered, dad walking by while they're in class in his underwear, mama walk by in her bra while they're doing Zoom for education. See, this coming from your house, but see, you don't want to face the ugliness because you are the creator of it. And once you realize what you're doing, and then I keep telling people when this C-19 hit, take some good from it. Don't let it all be every time you mention it. Yeah, and we know it's been hell, but see, this is stuff that's happened before. This is stuff that came to pass. This is stuff that's been mentioned before. You know how when Moses went to deal with the Pharaoh, how many plagues did he have to send to wake the Pharaoh up? The Pharaoh had to lose his own son to wake up to the reality. And you try to have every firstborn killed. Do you understand what I'm saying? And it came back to your door because what you meant for harm to me sealed your own faith. You understand me? This is where it's at. This is what's happening. People are not looking at that stuff for what it's worth, but it's the truth. Everybody always like to look at somebody else. And I told the story before. The lady used to look out at her neighbor's yard, and the woman used to hang her clothes on the line. And she said, honey, Margaret needs to learn how to wash clothes. I'm just using this name, for example, because her laundry always looks so dingy on the line. And she would say that almost, weekly about this woman. And one day she said, oh, my goodness, hon, Margaret clothes are looking so clean and sparkling. I guess she finally got it together. He said, no, honey, I cleaned our windows. You see what I'm talking about? When you quick, you understand what I'm saying? When you're quick to try to judge somebody else and it was your point of view, what you were seeing. You understand what I'm saying? What you saying that should be crispy white looks cream, that's because it is a cream blouse. But you assume because you said that it was white, that it had to be white. She's wrong and I'm not because I'm perfect. I'm Sister Christian. I got it together. I'm driving a Mercedes. I got 3 properties. Yes, my kids are properly trained in church. But her over there, I think she's drinking now. She's got that on. Oh, look who's at her house. Oh, she's having a cookout and it looks like they're serving alcohol. Oh, I hope that's not a keg I see. Okay, just say all of that's true. What business is it of yours? And if the woman is doing a lot of stuff that could be a problem, why don't you help her though? If that's how she's living right now and that's what she want to do, long as you ain't got the neighbors that's playing music loud where it's past the hour that it's allowed, whatever city, state, country, town you at, mind your business. And then if you see somebody that's down, you lift them up. And nobody ain't got time to be talked about like a dog. Sometimes you got to realize you wrong. And check yourself before you wreck yourself. You know that old corny little cliche they be saying. But we do have to pay attention to that because we're so quick to run out and say something about somebody else and we don't pay attention to what we are. That's why I bow myself down with being humble is not even enough. I got to go with great humility. Stuff that make you want to cry, that old ugly cry, snot coming out your nose. And when you do like this, at a woman at my age, I have to get one of them cries to wake me up because sometimes it goes too low. And I just remember here just the other day, me and a family member, and I promise you guys, please don't misunderstand me. I judge no one. I judge no one. And I still gonna run my mouth and probably try to judge somebody because I've messed up. But we were getting ready to go in the store. And I have a family member that wear gloves when we're in the stores. And we still wear our masks. So we was getting our mask on. And this guy just was staring at us bad. And then me and the family member both said to each other, what the heck is he looking at? Need to mind his business. Well, the thing is, if we were minding our business, me and the family member, we wouldn't have been so concerned with what he was doing. So we was just as messed up as he was. So who's right and who's wrong? You both need to sit down. Me and the family member and the guy need to mind his business. Or those are his eyes. He can look anywhere he want to look. Why were we so bothered, but yet you talking about God? You see what I'm trying to tell you? And then when, I was in this live, these people were talking. And one person was saying that they had a problem with somebody and they said that they wanted to straighten them out. And, everybody just went crazy on it. You shouldn't. Don't do that. Don't give the devil a foothold in your life. Oh, you'll take it down. You'll destroy your relationship down there. That's not even what it was. And I typed in simply and said, I understand how you feel. I was not trying to advocate for her to do nothing necessarily bad or to tit for tat. But I understand nobody was being real about feeling like that. I don't care where you are. You weren't being real about feeling that. You saying, oh no, you can't do this. Everything is not going to, knock you down and stop you from being with God. It depends on how far you let certain things go that will block your blessing. Even being in volatile relationships and you trying to have a relationship with God, I don't care if it's a dog, a cat, your mom or your husband, your cousin. Sometimes when you be in those relationships, you can only weather them but so much. And then once you think about it, it's blocking your blessing, especially if you're trying to have a relationship with God, but over here you're harboring when the hit time, he gonna hit her again. Or when, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen when he come in here wanting to fight? What feelings am I gonna display when I'm going through that, but I got God in my life though? But I got to be over here crying and hope the kids didn't hear him jump on me or vice versa. Every time we turn around, mom gets drunk and she go to town. She go through all of us. She hits dad. How comfortable is that environment and how long it's going to last? You can't tell people when to go, when to stay, or when to leave. But at the same time, if you talk to God, he's going to tell you what to do, but are you listening? We got 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. Can you hear me? Hello, who's in there? Anybody home? That's the whole thing. And everything that I'm telling y'all is my food button mess that I'm going through too. It ain't coming out here preaching to nobody. I'm telling you, God saved a wretch like me. And it's not about, oh, you come from the hood. Everybody always seem to think that when you have hard times that you had to come from the hood, or because you come from a poor country, that's the hood. That's not what it is. It's where you at. That's where you at. That's what your life is. That's your cross to bear. It ain't all about the hood, but I know some different technologies from neighborhoods because that's what it is a neighborhood, and then they cap it by calling it a hood. Oh, when you get over there, 2nd and 42nd Street and all that, they behaving over there in the neighborhood, but the street ain't done nothing to nobody. It's the people that live in it that give it a bad reputation. We all got to look at that for what it's worth, and everybody that goes, and it just happens in some states. You know what I'm saying? I've been in a country where the water, and people were saying, well, how can they just go like that? They ain't had no bath in 2 days, and it's that time of the month, and that's a woman. Well, what do you do? Well, if you know where you live at, and that stuff like that is bound to happen, you got to get it how you live. That's how you do that. You got to get it how you live. So what do I mean when I say that? I mean that we know that a lot of times the water stops here. We had the bathroom outside. You understand what I'm saying? Even down south with American family, Brownstown, you understand, in Jamaica, said, you get where I'm coming from. For tú lo sabes que yo lo dice in Puerto Rico, San Juan, the farm, let's do this. You got to make preparations for it. What do I mean? You got to have some water and some stuff put up. So if the water shut off, you have some containers to try to wash up some kind of way. You live and you learn, but you always have to stay ready so you don't have to get ready in a couple of cases here. Even with the food here, I'm not going to lie. I try to stay stocked in certain things that I need to have, but I don't hoard. And when I say that, I'm not judging people with a mental disorder that hoard stuff. That's not what I'm talking about. Down to anybody that got a sickness or problem. That's not, let's don't get it mixed up. What I'm trying to say is, I'll give you an example. Just say that I'm out here running wild, trying to gain and get. And I got my deep freezer packed, got my freezer packed in the refrigerator. And guess what? The light's been out for about 3 days. Now, we know we can run to the store and get some ice buckets and blah, blah, blah. But if the power ain't coming back on, how are you going to keep getting ice? And this is happening to hundreds of thousands of people around and everybody buying out all the ice and stuff. But at least if you saved a little bit of money and didn't cram that freezer so much, you'll be able to go back out and get a little hamburger meat, a little bit of chicken. You understand what I'm saying? I know how to make a potato 5 different ways and ain't got to have no meat, peas, green beans, collard greens. I ain't got to have none of that. But we will be full and we will be fed. What about fasting sometime? Huh? Everybody afraid of that too? That you have to eat? And I do that just about every day. It's a different way to cleanse yourself. There's food for the soul. There's food for the spirit. You understand what I'm saying? But you have to know how to bridle yourself. Be humble and sit back and behold who's greater than yourself. That's what I'm talking about. And I fight with this, y'all. That's why I said when I be talking, I'm not talking just to say stuff to tell somebody what to do or try to preach. I'm telling you what I live through, how I feel, and how I act. Period, point blank, big dot, big dot. This is what it is. This is my truth. This is my reality. And anything that I'm saying that I'm going through, I can prove it. I can show you me in Jamaica and everywhere else. And not just vacation. You'll see how I'm living it. That's family, mommy, auntie, them, what? Struggling, what? But those times weren't really a struggle like that. That's why I'm trying to find a different way to express the cliche that people said the struggle is real. Because a lot of times we don't really know struggling. We really don't know struggling. A lot of people say, what is struggle? Well, I was going to make some sandwiches for dinner tonight. We got the ham, the cheese, the mayonnaise, the lettuce, tomatoes, but we don't got no bread. But you got some dough in there? Does your oven work? Do you got a stovetop oven? You got some bread. You got some bread. Carry on. How is the struggle is real? How is the struggle real when you can go in there and make some bread or have it without the bread? Or make something different, but this person ain't got no bread. They drinking dirty water. They walk 6 miles to get and 6 miles back, and half of it done spilled, carrying it on their head, a wagon. Do you know what time it is? That's why I keep saying we can't do this. We're not the 1, the 2, or the 3. You understand what I'm saying? There's millions. And this is what it is. And if you look at how many people that we have out here that's millionaires, if everybody would do what they were supposed to do, God's given us free will. A lot of these people wouldn't be going through what they're going through if we would care and help each other out. Just like with Pastor Gino, I'm gonna keep it real. I seen that in Miss 50 over 50 and Fabulous. She was talking about it, but I've been watching him for a minute. And then also I got another sister Khadijah that be playing him. I believe in a lot of stuff that he's saying, and we've got these mega churches and things like that. But you know what? People are doing what they want to do, and if somebody doing something that you don't support, don't fool with it. But a lot of this stuff is going way beyond what it needs to be, overdoing it over the top. And see, Mr. Gino, he flows a little different than like some of the stuff that we do with certain kind of clothes and stuff that, you know, he feels that a woman should wear and how people should act and the men. And I promise you, there's nothing wrong with it, but I kind of roll a little bit different than that. I also take good stuff away from what Farrakhan has said, Malcolm X. Even though I consider myself a Christian, I don't go to church to be a Pentecostal, to go through this denomination. I just consider myself a Christian. But at the same time, I can take from those leaders for the religion that they have and understand a lot of stuff that they're saying is true. It doesn't mean that they're saying something wrong because you don't agree with it. A lot of stuff is anybody gonna agree. You stick your hand in fire, you're gonna get burned. The Pentecostal said that. The Jehovah's Witness said that. The Christian said that because it's true. You're going to get burned if you put your hand in the fire. There ain't no A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. And what I said, it ain't nothing unless you're mentally ill. Unless you're mentally ill and you don't have the comprehension, then you won't believe and you'll just let your hand get burnt up. But for the most part, we all arrive at the same place when it comes to certain things. But he don't play that. Everything he say, he come after. And I've watched, I promise you, I've been watching him. He come at the stuff real. He come at the stuff real. And I'm not gonna lie, a lot of these mega churches, they get you kind of confused because some stuff is too elaborate and over the top. And I went to a church like that with a friend, and I promise you, I wasn't comfortable with that. But I'm not saying that it can't be comfortable and that other people are not comfortable or that they're doing something wrong, but I don't get down like that. I don't get down like that. And I don't like to attend services. I don't like to have too much of a fuss going on, where you got people that is gossiping and acting a fool and backbiting and judging and cutting people down and in your business. And, you know, you try to go quietly to talk to the pastor. Now, see, it's different when you go to talk to the pastor and you say, listen, I'm doing bad and I'm trying to get together, stuff because our refrigerator broke. And then the pastor talks to the congregation and say, oh, hello, John, how you doing? I hope all is well. Thank you so much for coming. And, with the pastor, first of all, a lot of the pastors, if they, from what we're seeing, they got the coin, they should be able to give that family, help them get a refrigerator. Or better yet, you can send the collection plate around and let everybody know if that family don't feel embarrassed that you are trying to collect money for the Johnson family, the Rivera family, whatever family, to get a new refrigerator. And then some of us, we'll sit around here, a few of us, women and men, and say, oh, yeah, they going through it over there. Yeah, Sally said their refrigerator broke, honey. We prayed on it for them. Well, why just pray? Can't y'all all come together and get a couple of dollars together? You don't really care. You're gossiping more than you are caring. You understand what I'm saying? And even if you ain't got no money to give, you could say, well, you know what? I know she ain't got no refrigerator, so I'm going to make sure I keep some fresh meat over here for her. You understand what I mean? A little bit of juice or something that I can bring over to her house at dinner time, lunchtime, breakfast time, so her and the kids will have something to, to swallow down, and they'll use it all up before it go bad because they don't have a refrigerator. See, people are not willing to do all that, but they're willing to talk about it. And then what I said about the type of churches too, when I go to the pastor to confide in him, I don't want him addressing my business in front of the whole congregation. If I went to the pastor and talked to him about, I want to start coming to get the marriage counseling because me and my husband, our relationship is falling apart, and I'm trying to fight for my marriage. And then the pastor get up there, yeah, Sally and John going through it. He done slept with the babysitter. All that. No, no, no. That's not gonna cut it for me. That's why I said you have to learn God for yourself. You, just like I said when I was coming up, the folks around me talked about God, but you have to learn God for yourself. Can't nobody get saved for you. And that's the thing that I keep trying to say. You have to understand. And we can't just make these jack in the box Christianity ourselves too and make everything right. Well, I can do this because no, it don't go like that, because there's certain rules that you got to go by when it comes to certain things that's appropriate if you're trying to walk with God. But there ain't really no real titles, because I know a lot of people that are alcoholics, there's crackheads that then abuse and murder somebody, even pedophiles that's going to heaven. Are you listening to me? You meditate in God's word and pay attention to what he's saying. Are you hearing me? Hello, my brother Finney. How are you? Thank you so much for coming. You understand? A lot of people don't understand that you looking over here as super Christian, and she or he is, they having the bake sales, directing the choir, having the get-togethers and all that, and praise the Lord, and we coming by your house, and we gonna make sure you all right. If they're good and they're serving the Lord and they're going to heaven, and then Mike over here and Sally, they in jail, he in jail for murder, she in jail for killing her kids, she going to hell. That's not how it works. The ones that you think are saved are not, and the ones that are true and repentant in their heart and has been forgiven by God, not us people trying to be the judge and jury. They going all the way up, and we ain't. Yes, you guys, and I also, what I try to do is I try to stop talking some, so that if you guys got something that y'all want to say, y'all can say, or y'all communicate and mesh together. Let me see what you say here, John. I was at 665 subs yesterday and asked for 2 more to pass. I got them on Bird's chat last night and gained another today, but somewhere I lost 2. Now I'm sitting at the 666. See, it's all what's meant to happen. Congratulations to you. I'm glad that it's working out for you. And keep growing. Keep growing. But I think there's a lot going on here with the YT that, takes us down sometimes. I be seeing stuff that's happening, and sometimes you don't get notifications for people videos. They don't get your notifications, and sometimes your sub counts change, and sometimes it be people that withdraw from you, but you just don't know it, and then it could be YT. But congratulations. I'm glad that that happened for you, and that you're growing and you're getting where you need to be, because that's all we can do with this thing. Keep coming on, trying to meet new people, because see, most of, like, excuse me, when you come in my live here, the majority of these people are not from that group. These are people that I already knew. And I keep trying to tell everybody, be careful who you subscribe to, because everybody ain't everybody. Just like all money ain't good money. And I don't want you guys to run across somebody that I know that wouldn't be good for you. Because a lot of people say a view is a view. But see, me, I don't want to build my house on sand. You understand what I mean? I need a solid foundation. You understand? I want to know the blueprint. You get what I mean? And a lot of times, with me, I've been noticing too, if people see a commercial on your channel, or they see that you're doing a live, they think you're making a come up, and now they're interested. And before, they didn't want to be bothered with you. And some people are just running around here social, and subscribe and left and right just to use people to build their self when they don't care about you or your content. So I try to watch myself when it comes to that. And I don't get mad because this is what it is. Okay, what happens here? I went to 3 or 4 different pages and left them a comment, and I haven't heard anything for months. It is what it is. You know why? Because sometimes you don't know what happened. Some people have found out somebody passed away. Some people have found out that somebody got sick. Some people found out that people are human and they can't do it all the time. They got hundreds or thousands of people that they deal with, and they may not be able to make it back around to you for months. But if you want this, and you're trying to grow this and you want it to be something, you put it in God's hand and He gonna make things move and shake, because He don't play about us. God don't play about us. But I'm just saying, that's how it be. But then you got to know when you got the clowns. You got to know when you got the clowns, where you got some people that really ain't with it and they're pretending. Because I know with me, I've had people, and I'm gonna keep it real, that have been in somebody else's live with me 15, 20 minutes or more, and they could have clicked off to come and say hi to me right quick because they seen me and they know that I've done their videos and didn't bother at all. You'll start feeling, for the people that ain't really with you, if that's the case, because I've learned that on here. But I'm not into that silly stuff. Like when you read in the comments, oh, she didn't say my name, he didn't say my name, all that kind of stuff like that. If you don't get out of your own way, let me tell you, it's all gonna drop. We have to watch out for all of that kind of silly business. This is a dog-eat-dog world. Even at work, you may be somebody's boss and the person don't respect you. As long as they ain't stepping out of line, you just keep it moving. But if it's a problem, you deal with it. But on here, it's just hard to tell, because sometimes people will unsubscribe to you. Because I'm going to be honest with you, I have unsubscribed to a lot of people. And the reason why I did it is because their channel hasn't been active for years. Or I know that they're not for me because they done came over acting a fool, which I'm not going to allow anything like that to affect me, but I'm not going to play with it either. Don't play with it, don't play with it. That kind of stuff like that. Just like, I have some people that come in the live and they be acting a bit of a fool. I tolerate it to a certain extent, but I've had people that reach out to me on the side and said, can you please shut that person down, or can I go on and remove them because they're swearing and I'm not comfortable with it? Then we'll do something about it. But other than that, some people need more than the timeout. Some people need to be shut down and put in their place, and you got to just let them go. But I know with this YouTube thing, everybody misunderstands a lot of stuff about this, and I'm going to tell you, I don't know everything about it either, but I do have common sense. And like I said, I didn't come on here to play. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. I'm enjoying myself, and like I said, if I never made a penny on here, the friendships that I made are priceless, and I mean that. Because I promise you right now, it's been very hard to do, but just about anybody that come check me out, anybody that pop up in the comment section, I can ask everyone, have I been to your channel lately? How long ago have I visited you? And they'll tell you, because I do the best I can, but I'm not finna drive myself crazy, but I don't consider myself driving crazy if I want to sit here and work and then be able to have 2 devices supporting somebody that I don't physically have to necessarily tend to. How am I breaking my neck? And then I have broken my neck by trying to run, because I be wanting to see the content, and then I be wanting to leave a comment. So I have got crazy a few times, but nothing that I regret, because of the fact that I got it together the right way, and I was only doing it because I care. That's what it boils down for me. But I can't sit up here and you trying to have a husband and a family and holidays and dinner and things, and be on here brainwashed and bugging out. And then some people do have to do that because they need to get monetized, or this is their job, this is their career. Because I got work outside of the work I do in the house, and I'm not talking about YT. I'm talking about the coin. The coin that butters the bread type of thing. But when I have time for something like this, because I don't deal with a lot of people personally, because I learned a lot, and I've closed in my camp to where I'm not playing the game no more. I ain't got time to be bothered with no dysfunctional friends, no dysfunctional man, no dysfunctional kids. All that keeps you from where God trying to put you, and you cannot go up if you're letting somebody pull you down. So I can't do it. But I think a lot of people misunderstand when you do stuff, because I've had people come on here that I thought was friends, and they've been in the comment section, oh, well, why is she running the live, and she don't have enough respect and stuff to even be on there to say nothing or to pop up on the camera. Well, first of all, if you see anything that I'm doing wrong, ask yourself, do I know any better? And then if you know that I know better and you don't like that I'm doing it, why don't you click off? No disrespect. I don't want to lose no friends. I'm just saying, why don't you just click off then? And then secondly, if you feel that way, why are you talking in my comment section about me when you can ask me? Because the person that you're talking to, they done reached out to me outside of this page and telling me, don't fool with him because he done said this. And I'm not doing no two-faced kitty stuff. I'm being adult about it in real talk. They're saying, I don't think that's a good person for you to be, corresponding with because they keep coming in your lives and then they try to say something to me and they don't even know you. They don't even know you. What if you are a catfish? Just like what Bert was saying the other day. What if we were all bots or something? You don't know, so you getting that caught up and invested. But then what you do is you say that, and then you go and run and do a live while I'm doing a live and copy and do the same thing. So what are you talking about? And the thing is, I don't care how many friends that we have in common. And then, yeah, that's another thing they would say, oh, I don't want to split views. I don't want nobody to be doing nothing. Then you keep coming and advertising every little thing you do. You don't have speak to me and none of that. And you know what? I see you. And 1, 2, 3, it's going to be. You'll see. You'll see what's happening. But the thing is, let's don't worry about that. Let's move forward and do the right thing. Because we all have a right to be who we're going to be. And when I speak, this is because I speak the truth. A lot of people, oh, don't let that bother you. Don't take that to head. I ain't taking you. Are you crazy? Do you know who God is to me? Do you know what I'm doing? Do you know what family I have here? And I'm going to let some stranger be the beginning, the middle, and the end to how I feel emotionally and where I'm going, said, and doing? Come on now. I mean, you can shut some people down and express yourself and feel a little bad if somebody says something to you. But when you really think about it, does it really matter? You're dealing with the worldly things, strangers. Come on, you can't let that take you nowhere unless you want to go. You understand what I'm saying? But I know that I got a few people that are coming off suspect and a little crazy. You know what they do? They want you to make you think that they got you and they down with you when in fact they're not. And then they stay on your page trying to hang out with other people, which we all supposed to be friends, but you're seen. You understand what I'm saying? You're caught red-handed. It's silly, it's childish because I don't even think I got anybody that come through here that's under 30. So, and if you don't know, now you know. You know what I'm saying? It's time to wake up and smell the coffee. It's the reality of it. We all got to stop playing games. We all got to stop worrying about people's business. I don't throw out no subliminals. I don't throw a rock and hide my hand. If I got a problem with somebody, instead of being immature, I know how to step to them on the side, which there is a lot of people that I have been giving notice to privately. Just like I had, I told a lot of people that if they don't want to, because they ask me questions in the comment that I'm not interested in sharing it with everybody else because they don't really care about it and it's something that we're dealing with, hit me up on the DMs if you have Instagram. If not, I can come on your page and leave a comment for you to see it, and when you see it, then you erase it. And it could simply say, hello, how you doing? This friendship is not working out. I wish you the best. It's a wrap. They already know that. That means that you're not dealing with them no more, and they don't want you to come by their spot no more, period. Agree to disagree, and it ain't got to be no wishing nobody no harm and bugging out and back talking and getting two-faced and getting crazy. Chill on it and keep it moving. That's all we got to do. But I think that everybody has an idea of everything that they say and believe in is right and the world is wrong. And a lot of us get kind of, too big for our britches and think the same way. And then when you sit back and you chill it out, then you realize. And you know what's for you and what's for who. Period. Look at him. I got you, John. This is Bert on the support channel. Checking in. 1, 2, 1, 2. Sounds good to me, Bert. Thank you so much. Just chatting it up here because I know that nothing's like being in person. But I think this is hitting the spot as well. Just make it do what it do. But like I said before, we all just got to, be real. And sometimes, you get in your feelings too much. And I try my best. I don't like all of that stuff like that, where people are getting into their feelings, especially when it's somebody strange. I mean, I know it's different when you, just say, if you're at a job, a church, a student in school, where a bunch of people pick on you and spray paint your locker and try to, bully you and all that type of stuff. I mean, you take that to the head and you ride with it. And I mean, I know some people that's been on social media that has committed suicide because of their guests. The guests disrespect the host and the host took it to the heart. Didn't have nothing in their personal life going wrong. Husband, kids, whatever, other job. But because of people that they got so full up with over here on the YouTube or social media, got them so messed up that they killed themselves over something like that. If people that may not even be who you think they are, or if they cared about you, they wouldn't do you like that. And then you got to know how to get rid. What do you think gonna happen when the Lord comes, the rapture? What do you think gonna happen? You think everybody going to heaven? It's gonna be divided. It's gonna be what it's supposed to be. It's gonna be weeding out. That's the same thing like here on YT. If somebody coming across and acting a fool, you know that yourself that is not true. It's not the same as in real life, family, friends, and people around you that's coming at you. I done been places where everybody think you got to get in the clique just to go to a coffee break and all that. Or because we all chipping in money to get pizza, that you got to chip in. Yeah, I don't mind chipping in if I didn't eat pizza, but I don't have to be forced to chip in. Y'all all finna get ready to go here. I don't want to go there. So what? Everybody gonna try to act funny towards you in the break room and all that? I wish. You better shut it down. At the end of the week, and they will be around Sunday or Monday. To verify, I had a couple of drops today. Oh, you're talking to John Burton. I hear you. But yeah, we just gotta, deal with it and keep it moving. And like I said, we are all trying to get together here and try to be surrounded by a whole bunch of good people. And I'm gonna tell you, before I even got in, with the modern day club here, I was already doing something with another crowd of people. And I know for a fact that a lot of new people think everybody's from the club. But I know that a lot of the people are not from the club. These are people that I had myself. And a few people have told me, well, so-and-so said they came from your channel, and I'm not interested in no other people subscribing to me because I got too many. Or I check their content and I'm not interested, so I hope they don't. And it's not being nasty or cold-hearted. It's just what it is. And then, like I said, I got a few people that come through here that I don't even deal with anymore, and now they're popping up after 3 years because they think I done made a come up because they see a commercial or because you're live, so they want to come up on the come up when it ain't even about that. They just think you got something or you're doing something and they want to try to come over. And it's petty stuff. Because to me, everybody's welcome. And like I said, this ain't a channel. This is a hangout spot for me. And if it becomes something lucrative, then so be it. That's nobody's choice to make but mine. And I won't get it unless God say so. But you got to remember, I'm not sitting here being able to do this and reach out to social media no matter what way or other I'm doing, a cell phone, a camera, a computer. How did I get here if I didn't have no income and I'm only relying just trying to get this from YouTube? That's the problem with everybody keep on with that kind of stuff. Oh, you trying what? You don't know what I'm doing. You don't know what I'm doing. What are you doing? What's your mama doing? What's your aunt doing? Hey, come on now. What's the problem? What am I supposed to be doing? Am I supposed to put up this hangout spot and do exactly everything you want me to do because that's the content you want to see? Or do I do what works for me and respect y'all and try to have something going that y'all like? That's the whole thing that people don't seem to be understanding. What are we doing? What's happening? What are you talking about? I got a lot of people that, when folks have this stuff going, oh, they shouldn't have said that on camera. Now, I'm going to tell you, I have been raised a certain kind of way, and then I got certain conduct that I pass down. You don't put all your business out there on the street. But if you are comfortable with putting it out there and you got ears that want to listen, that's on you, but I don't get down like that. That's right. That's what the whole thing is. You do what you love, Bert. You live your life and you do it moving. I'm telling you, man, I'm free. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm free. I don't care about Sister Super Christian. I'm going to come down to the streets and talk for real. But it's not just somebody came from the hood. They came and have enough water in their house, so now they're a thug. It ain't. There's thugs that came from the White House. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? There's thugs that had it all. It ain't about being a thug or because you had poor or you came from a bad neighborhood or you were abused as a child. It's who you decide to be and what you decide to do and choices that you make. Everything ain't on about that kind of stuff. In the neighborhood, it ain't no hood unless you live in it like slum. Or you poor. See, that's where they get it mixed up at, the difference between being gangster and acting a fool and being poor. And then a lot of times people are gangsters because that's the only family they know and they had to join in gangs or whatever have you. But all my stuff is not coming just from a hard life. It's not all about that. It's the reality of the world that we live in. I've been through it. Even now, my life has changed. How do you feel when you own property, had a job that you went to college for, that you had to sell your houses for safety reason, get a new car for safety reason? rent again when you own property and was a landlord. And I ain't bragging, I'm just saying the come up was a little bit better. What you do is you humble yourself and know that God has a plan for your life. That's what you do. That's what I'm doing. But I know that without here, people misunderstand everything just because you can talk real and raw. You don't have to have been through anything. But a lot of people don't know. We all go through something. But I'm saying a lot of people that have, have had it a lot easier than others, it's just as messed up. A lot of folks got a lot of undiagnosed chemical imbalance as well and need to be, on medication and things of that. But see, one thing about getting help when you have medical problems, no matter what it is, bipolar, schizophrenic, name a few. You get what I'm saying? It doesn't matter what it is. Everything is not going to be answered on a psychiatrist's couch or counseling or medication. You have to train that to be a lifestyle for you. You have to have the right kind of family members that understand that, and you have to work on yourself as well, and you can do it moving. And just like I said, I was just going through something with somebody trying to show me how to set up my new system so that I could bring more content, not just for this, work-wise too, and be better at what I'm doing. And I got all frustrated and stuff, and I'm talking about God though. And I got all frustrated and had to stop and wasn't ready to learn yet. But you know what? That's how it works for me. I didn't go off on nobody, and then I just felt bad about myself because I was having a hard time. I'm just going to chill down and try again. That's all we can do. It's not, giving up. You never fail until you stop trying. Because when you give up, you don't know what could have been. And like I said before, because mercy saw me. And God saved a wretch like me. I already know. And when I say that, when you say stuff like that, I was saved. The saved doesn't mean that you were saved because you were saved for something bad. Everything, see, that's the problem with the definition of things. If people don't understand what you're talking about, they don't understand what's going on. Everything is not about being saved. Oh, I was in the crack house. I was on the strip pole. Everybody's situation ain't that. That don't mean that's what you were saved from. It's just, it might be saved from yourself. Because you running around here and you put on your uniform and your best clothes and do what you got to do when you get outside and you're fronting in front of everybody, co-workers and all that. But what about self-care? When the last time you checked on your blood pressure? Huh? What's your sugar levels? How is your heart beating? You understand what I'm saying? The inner, not just the outer, the inner. When the last time you had that checked out? You know what I'm saying? And then I think a lot of times we worried about what people can see and not really what we should be concerned about, because I could be looking fine and dying. You understand? I'm not saying that if you have something going on with you medically that you got to tell everybody, but I'm just saying we are good at putting on our mask. And sometimes it ain't really what it is. And then you got some people that shoot it straight from the top, because I know I do. I keep it real as much as possible. And a lot of times, like I said, when you keep it real, people, just because they can't handle it or they can't release, you shouldn't have been saying that. I had to get off that channel. If I want to talk about it, and everybody too with the YouTube thing, that they got rules, and if you want to be a part of the community and monetize and stuff like that, you do have to go by rules. That's everywhere in life. There's rules. I don't care where you go, if the bar, the movie theater, there's rules everywhere you go. But sometimes people are going to speak. Like with me, I may say, you see what's going on now, y'all? Everybody's acting up because of this vote, and I ain't got to get it all because he's this, and I'm voting for that. I ain't got to do all of that. And even to speak about God, it's nice to sit down if you want to, and you got the people that want to hear you go into some verses in the Bible. All that's amazing. And then you can find a way, too, to talk about God and keep it moving without people being offended because they don't believe in God. They're atheists. There's nothing wrong with that. But be real in your real. Call out your own ish. You understand? I'm saying it. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Call it out and know what it is. And I'm telling you, there's so many people on here that I have met, that I wish that I was their neighbor, that we were friends physically outside, like friendships, hanging out, going out to eat, men and women. And see, that's one thing about me that I struggle with in my life, that people didn't like, it's mostly women, is because I could agree with men. And I'm a heterosexual person, no disrespect there, I'm not trying to play no games, but they didn't understand how I could understand why a man, how women always say with the men, they don't have too much concern the same way a woman does and all that kind of stuff. I understand it. I've understood it so good that whenever, being in relationships, I understood it to where when it has happened, I understood it and was fine with it. But when you talk to, like, females having conversation, first thing they say, well, I want y'all to come over here and talk to Mike because Mike is acting up. And in fact, Mike ain't acting up. Mike is being who he is. And you don't like it because he's not sensitive enough to you. It's not even about he ain't helping pay no bills. He ain't putting it down in the bedroom if he's sleeping with somebody else and all that. That don't even be about all that. Sometimes it's just how they are. And if you would have got a chance to know him before you got pregnant or jumped into bed or whatever, sometimes that'll save you, a little bit too. You understand what I'm saying? Or accept somebody being different because you're different too. How about that? And I'm not going to hold you guys too long because I know people got stuff to do. So I'm going to tap out and then I'm going to tap back on. Because I don't know how many people we got in the house. Because I know you got to, there's a way to check some things out. But sometimes some folks, they may be talking to you and still running it. But they done left off and you sitting here talking to yourself. I don't mind that though. I talk to myself all the time. I can talk to myself in the room. I answer myself back. Yes. Am I crazy? Why not? What's wrong with it? What if I was? Who's going to judge me? Huh? Who's going to tell me something? What's wrong with it? Do you understand a lot of times that stuff that we talk about and try to judge and hate on can show up in our lives, our kids' lives, or somewhere down the line? Do you understand what I'm saying? Just like I was watching this person that's transitioning over from one gender to the other. And a lot of people would say, well, what you watching that for? Are you a Christian? And, well, what they're doing is wrong. And you know what it says in the Bible. And all that stuff that you're saying is right as far as it being in the Bible and stuff. But why am I watching it? Because that could be one of your grandkids coming down the line. Anybody. And you don't know what they're going through. You just accept them as they are and you do it moving. You don't never know if that's going to be a grandkid or one of your kids. Oh, my daughter, she got married at 23. Her and her husband got 4 kids. And, 3 years later, she's transitioning. Stop judging. You're not God. You're not even in official judge and jury in the courthouse. Less more than God. You can never climb that high like that until you get right. And it's going to always be a private sector for the Lord. You know what I'm saying? But people don't pay attention to that. But I'm going to drop it like it's hot for a minute there. I don't know who's still around here, but I know I had Bart. He popped in here and there because I know Bart here. I go saying it wrong again. Bert. Katie was here. John was here. Finney was here. Okay. Felicia was here. And Miss Over 50. Oh, my goodness. That's a sister right there, y'all. That's a sister. My screen is freezing, so I'm going to go out and come back. Yes, that's all right, Felicia. I understand, honey. And even if you couldn't make it back, I know we all good. We all good. Believe that. And Miss 50, honey, you something else. Over 50 and fabulous. I think she's saying her name is Fantabulous, but I could never say it right because I get so tongue-tied. You know how it is. Speech delay. You know what I'm saying? And Katie, honey, you're so sweet. I really appreciate how you come. And you know I come see you all the time. And writing down quite a few of your recipes. But one thing that people don't pay attention to is like, you know how when you have food, you pray over it? I like to pray for the hands that prepared it too. You know what I'm saying? And I like to taste some of your food. Yes, Bert, get it in because you already know you have to put stuff in perspective. You know what it is. You're working. Just like with me, I'm talking to you and I'm doing like 2 or 3 things on the side. I'm an octopus. I'm a superhero. So let me stop. But y'all know what I mean. And I really, really enjoy people. And it's so, I won't say so sad because this is my my reason and my season. But I tell you, I know God has a plan, but I don't deal with as many people as I would like to because of the fact that I have to live a certain lifestyle right now. And I've always been good at conflict resolution as well because I can get in it. I can get in it. You can blend in with different things, and that's how I am. I can camouflage in, and get with it. A lot of different people, a lot of different perspectives, because I don't play with it. I feel open. I care about everybody, and I want to see everybody do their thing and win. So I can, I can get in it. And I'm not saying that, how people used to say, I don't know who's familiar with the cliches, but, you're all in the Kool-Aid and you don't know the flavor. Well, I come to know the flavor. I want to know the flavor. I want some of the Kool-Aid because I like to meet people that's different. That's why when they have these people transitioning and doing different things, I like to understand why and what and where they're coming from and what's going on. Because there's a reason. You ever notice that the Bible had to be revised for different reasons? We know what it is out here. And then I know some people that go by the real Old Testaments, and the Old Testaments is different because it's got a lot of ways that we have to live. There's people that don't eat pork. There's men that stand up before women. Women have to be behind men. Women can't wear lipsticks. They can't wear perfume. They can't this. They can't preach. And ain't nothing wrong with that if that's how you want to follow. But I don't think that Jesus died for us to have a religion. I think that we all have to find our way to Christ, but we cannot make it up as we go along. We have to take some stuff from the Bible and read it and will it and do it right. And sometimes we don't do that. We tweak things to fit in our little box, and then we think we're doing something, and then we find out we done something wrong, and then you wake up the next day or a month down the line, and then it hits you. Oh my goodness, You know, that's just pretty much how it goes. just check in backwards and forth to see if anybody's still up in the building, because I know how it is. We moving, we shaking, we doing things, and so am I, y'all. I'm doing, things that I need to take care of work-wise, and I got probably maybe a half hour left, and then I will be off the clock myself. I don't have to go out the door for other employments today, so I might be able to ride a little longer tonight on here verbally. You know what I mean? Because I end up switching days with someone, well, not days necessarily days, but hours with someone. So I get to chill a little bit longer, and I just like to check in and out because I know we all doing things, y'all. I promise you, I don't come on here with any kind of ill will or selfishness, thinking that I'm the only one that's doing the lives or got anything popping and stuff. But I feel like, we all try to shoot our best shot at whatever we're gonna do, and I think a lot of people don't understand that. I think Katie is still here. Katie, if you up in the building, let me see some hearts. Let me see you show yourself. We just got so much, y'all. So much to be grateful for. And what happens is the smallest thing that goes wrong in our world, we get ready to get turned up on it. And it's not that you can't get straightened out for it, because I know I've been in situations where you got whole congregations and stuff that turn against you because they knew when you joined the church, and I'm not saying this is my personal story, but they knew when you joined the church you were alcoholic, right? And you backslide, and they all want to come against you, not to help you, but to stomp you down further. And it's a sad thing that people do, because at that time, that's when you need them the most, and you ain't at the right place. You ain't in the right building. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be careful that you know where you're standing at and where you're at. And a lot of times too, a lot of us don't pay attention to stuff too, especially when it comes to kids and stuff in the home with other kids and the husband and going to aunt and them house. You got to make sure you don't know who's a person that touch and do different things. We don't. Sometimes a person like that can hide for a long time and do things, and you don't even know it because you didn't know that part of them, because they were able to keep it concealed. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to tap off here, because I don't know if there's anybody still around or everybody scattered around doing what they need to do, which I respect 100%. But I'm gonna check off what she said. I'm just leaving you running while I'm doing my chores. Thank you, Katie. Thank you. And whatever you need me to, to get down with you, if you're doing something like that and you need me to run it, I'll run it. You know what I'm saying? You just, your wish is my command. You let me know if you got something like that going. And once again, I'm gonna keep coming. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna click while, you're doing that thing, and whoever else doing what they doing. I'm gonna click on one of your videos, and I'm gonna come back on here, y'all. Hope the kids are doing well, Katie. What's up, Miss Felicia? You still there? I got Miss Lynn running. I don't know if you can hear it or not, but I'm rocking with her and several others. She's getting the mashed potatoes together to go with that tilapia. Yes, I told you I'd be checking my peeps. Sure do. I'm going to keep letting her run, and then I'm going to peep here because I got like 3 people going here. Are you still there, ma'am? Because you said you was back, Sister Felicia, up in the building. All right, and Miss Roddy, he done came through here. I'm still in. Who lives am I in right now? I am in Miss Lynn's, Sydney Cat, and also Relax and Chill with Renee, Roscoe, and Lucy. So I'm still rocking with all of them. And in a minute, you guys, if I'm still on here live, y'all gonna hear some rambling in the background because I'm getting off the clock. And it's gonna be my my regular time with family, and you're gonna hear people talking, water running. Somebody may take a burp here and there. You know how it is. Oh, that's Finney. Hey, what's up, Finney? How you doing, my brother? Thank you for coming through. Hey, John, how are you? Thanks for coming. Birch. Hey, Sydney, I see you still hanging in there. Thank you. Uh-oh, I forgot to put this symbol. No wonder. I don't know if you're still there, Miss Quinn, but I'll check back in a minute. Yes, Bert, that is the truth. We gonna have you got to multitask. And see, the thing is, people don't realize with this is hard work. This is not a game, and that's the reason why some people do want to be monetized because it's taking up a lot of their personal time, and it's a lot of work. And you got to be like an octopus because people come to to be down with you. You got to be down with them. And I got my setup so far is running good because I just closed out with Sydney. Sydney's live just ended, and I still got Renee going. I got two other women going right now. And then on my phone, I've been checking in and out with a few different videos. And I got a lot of people too, though, even though I know they were saying that people don't benefit off of the shorts too much, but I got a lot of people that keep asking me that are not in the club to support their shorts. So I be trying to do that, and that helps a little bit because it's a lot quicker. But anything worth having, you got to work for it. And I'm just moving and shaking and doing the best I can. And even with me, when I set up, people are coming in and out on a regular basis. I got another laptop that I'm setting up for this and another business, and I'm having a hard time because I got somebody trying to train me how to use this laptop so I can have more content and make better lives, but it's kind of complicated for the stuff that I am trying to do. So I'm working on it. I'm also going to try to figure out how I can have the camera on me some like I do in my halls, but I don't want nobody to feel weirded out because it's not about that. I'm trying to live through all of, the stuff that I, got going on, and this is all I can do with that. But if I'm able to, get this other computer up and popping, then we got a little business going on here at the, at the crib, so it is what it is. And I'm just doing the best I can. But see, I don't mind having people's back because that's how I've always been. I'm down with people, and then I got a lot of people that keep coming on. Y'all running around, stressing yourselves out, running around to all these different people channels. I'm not doing anything that is taking me from my husband, family, other jobs and stuff. Come on now, man. How about if you put on a mask like he said? Yes, yeah, I do. You probably didn't see it, but Bert, I got some videos that I am in my body, me in the camera with the mask and gloves on, and it's easy for me because that's a part of my attire for something that I do in my personal life anyway. But yeah, I got it. I got videos up like that right now. See? Great minds think alike. I've been doing that already, and I'm fully in the camera, doing the hauls, talking and everything. So that's the way. And I wish I didn't have to do this. I just feel like I got kind of messed up here, and I try not to say like a victim, but a victor. And I really mean that when I say it, but it doesn't come easy. You know what I mean? You feel away. Because this is not how I get down. I'm out here. I'm global too. You know what I'm saying? And I like to be able, like, I can leave out certain countries that I go to and visit and chill. I don't have to do all of that. But where the problem lies at, I have to, you know what I'm saying? And then globally, like if I was out, like some places I can go physically and not have to do that. But if I get on YT, I got people that I'm dealing with in Russia. So you imagine who I might run across. And this thing is taking forever. I thought it was going to be squashed. With the job situation, it's doing pretty good because I've relocated and that situation is dying down. But with my personal issue, that was a thing that was going to be taken care of quite good because these people were going away. You understand what I'm saying? But the third parties chiming in is what made it worse. Sis, you got the right. You got to do what you got to do. There's a lot of people who don't like to show their face. Yeah, just cuz. And I've been noticing that too, that a lot of people, because I had a lot of folks that was coming on here and saying things about, well, you're not even on camera or blah, blah, blah. But see, that people got to have respect for everybody's reason. And some people don't have no issues with any type of, dangerous situations that they can't be on camera. Like you said, they just don't like to. And I got so many channels that I watch that got 100,000 subscribers, and they've never came on the camera, and the people rock with them as if they are on the camera. And I wish I didn't have to do this, but it is what it is for now. And it's sad that you can't even get on with your life because you got to worry about what somebody else gonna do, and you ain't done nothing wrong to them. People do not get it. I mean, I know you understand, and there's a lot of people that do, but they don't get it. It's not easy to live like this, especially with me with this big mouth. You understand what I'm saying? I like to be out there, and I'm not bragging or nothing, but I like to, to be seen, and people can see who I am. But I think with me, my personality is showing through regardless of me being on or off camera, and hopefully I just reach the people that understand that. And once again too, I'm not, when I do this, I'm not in competition with anybody. I am not doing this to hog up all of the people that's in the same groups, trying to hog up the time. But you ever notice everybody do what they want when they get ready, and I'm doing it because I got a lot of advice from a lot of folks to say, this is how you get it popping. But I can tell you that I have been blessed to be able to be secure financially now and through the C19 stuff. So it's not just about that far as just trying to be monetized just to get some money and stuff. I'm doing what I was told to do to get it right, because this was a business adventure that I had started. I think it was back in 2017 with someone, but I'm living differently now, so I'm not able to use the kind of language I would have needed to use to keep that going, and I'm starting over, but I just got to do it differently. You are right. The message you put out, powerful. That you need to show your face because your emotions speak. I hope they do, because a lot of times people think that you're a weirdo, or that you shady, or that you playing games. And I mean, why come this far to play games? Why wouldn't I be on camera? Why? And if not, I don't have to make up some kind of bogus story not to do it. Just be like the ones that don't do it. But I feel that this is what I mean when I speak about spiritual connection. Obviously, I'm not trying to refer like I'm God or anything. But when you connect with people, when you really connect with people, you ride with them. You ride with them, just like with me. If I donate to a cause, just say like for instance, you see somebody on TV or a child with cancer, you may never even meet these people, but you know that you're doing it from the goodness of your heart and you sending the money. But some cases, there's programs like that rip the money off, and you thinking you sending it, and then it gets exposed later on down. So if you feel you got places like that you deal with that you can't trust, then you go and you do it in person. You know how many people can get authorized and get a Corey check and stuff done on them to even come up to like a school to be able to work with the kids. You can do that to go in a nursing home to work with the elderly, preschool, hospital. You can get clearance to do just about anything you want if you want to do it. So if you feel that you're not, you don't trust, because I know there's a lot of places I donated to, and then it came down the line that the people was arrested and they were pocketing the money, and the donations wasn't getting them to where they're supposed to be. So I started doing a lot of the stuff physical myself. I also do tithes and stuff for the church as well. I do Red Cross, and I especially pay attention to the fellas, because there's not a lot of programs like with the men. They don't have a lot. The young guys, they don't have a lot, but they have a lot of stuff for women or women and children, but they don't have a lot of programs to help the fellas out. And I have always been the type that I have been a tomboy. I can do an oil change, and then I can be pretty in pink, but I'm a heterosexual female. But I'm able to click and agree with guys, and that's been hard coming through life, because a lot of people don't like, especially when you're with a group of female, that you kind of side and understand where a man's coming from. And they're, well, you ain't a guy. How do you, why are you feeling like this? Us women, because it is what it is. I've always been that way. The men don't ask me. I know that's right, Bert. Yes. That's why I try my best to keep it real. I get into it with a lot of folks, because there'd be a situation like, I'll just say, if it's all women talking, and a woman would say, well, my husband, he used to get me flowers, and he don't get me flowers anymore. Well, he might have fell out of place a little bit. You let him know that you still like the flowers and see what happens. Oh, why are you agreeing with him? You a woman, you should be able to feel the same way we feel. No, I don't, because I've never been that type of sensitive, even though I am sensitive, but I got my rough and rugged side too. I used to fight boys straight up and didn't get whooped either. Didn't get whooped, had long hair, could tuck it back and go to town. You understand what I'm saying? So I can roll with the best of them, but that's what it is. And a lot of times, too, people think when you're a tomboy that you have something going on with your sexual preference. Even if you do, that's nobody's business what you decide to do with your personal life. But I'm not. I'm a straight-up heterosexual female, but I'm a straight shooter with it. And being a straight shooter does not come with where people feel that you run your mouth too much, they can't confide in you, you keep drama going, because that's not even what it is. If anybody listen to me when I talk, I advocate, and I'm not super Christian either. I'm not trying to judge or downplay how I feel about God and serving God, but I'm not going to be in that flip-flop stuff of where, well, you had a drink this weekend and you a Christian? Oh, yeah, what if I did? What if I did? How is that going? How are you going to be the judge and jury? You're not God. How are you going to stop me if I decide I want to have a glass of wine or anything like that? You get the people to come together, the congregation, to try to pound on you for that. What are you talking about? How can you tell me what to do? You're not God. Even a lot of people worship the bishops and the pastor. It's like they're God, and they're really not God. They're just delivering the word. I met a lady in the grocery store that was 81 years old. Me and her don't know each other from a can of Oops paint. And me and her had church service right there in the grocery store with other people shopping, busy, crazy now, the holidays, and me and her talking like we knew each other, and we clicked on a lot of stuff, and then there was some stuff that we didn't agree on, and I basically, when she was saying stuff that I didn't agree on, I listened to what she was saying. Now I'm intrigued because I can see it a different way. And just like one of the nice guys, I can't pronounce his name right, but it has cool in his name. And I call him Cool on here because I can't pronounce his name properly. And we were talking, and then I got on the subject briefly about Adam and Eve's situation, just explaining a few things. And then I said, yeah, because they said it's Eve. And he said, well, I don't agree. And I don't agree either. But I tell you, I've only heard my pastor say it twice, and then this guy say it twice, that you can't blame all that on Eve. It was her and Adam's both fault, the forbidden fruit, because he was here before her and he knew. But at the same time, you know how it is, like with my family and people I know, I could say, well, come in here and try this. I made a pot of soup. Come in here and try it. They're trusting that I didn't put nothing to poison them in it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's a double-edged sword. That's why I don't want to get controversy about religion or politics, but sometimes it's okay to have an idea, and you may need to reach out to somebody to ask them, well, what should I be voting for? Who should I be voting for? Because in my city, state, town, country, where I come from, they don't have this. How do I approach the right person for city council? Because we need more stuff for schools, better computers, just things like that. You can talk about politics briefly like that. You can also talk about God. It's just that you ain't got to stomp nobody down and run them in the ground with it. Because I don't even like to go to church that's doing too much of that. I got some people, and I'm not judging or making fun of nobody, but I got some people that I speak to, and when you start talking about God, they go in it so deep that you're not allowed to say say anything that is not in that realm of conversation and the way you verbalize it. Like, I'll say, yeah, the glory goes to God. Thank the Lord in the name of Jesus. And, we got to do right to get this. And I'll say a little bit about stories in the Bible. But these folks here, if the Lord, if it don't drink, I can't drink the water. If I pray around the water, and Lord, if you get to cry, I can't do that. And I'm not making fun. I'm dead up serious. I can't do that. And I remember being in somebody's live. Let me see, every person, yes. One better than the other. Yes, sir. That is the truth. Outdoing each other. I remember I was in a live, and this woman was saying, now all this crowd was way over 35 from what I know, and them all saying how old they are and that type of thing. And she was saying that there was somebody that was, doing her wrong, and that she wanted to deal with them about it. And the first thing, all of them, don't give the devil a foothold in your life. Don't go down the dark path of Satan. And if this girl is her friend and she wants to have a talk with her, she didn't say, one person, she said one time, one person said, well, she said, I was going to take a drive. And she said, yep. And one of the ladies said, yep, I'll get in the car and I'll drive with you and convince you to come back. Now, I understand if she was going to go do something violent. But what I said to her, I understand how you feel. I wasn't cheering her on to do anything negative. I understood what she mean. I'm not going to beat her over the head with the Bible. And everybody in there, just everything. You can't say one thing. If you say one thing honestly about how you're feeling, they all crowd and go crazy over it. And that's not even serving God. That's some religion y'all making up yourself. You could say anything like, I was rude today to a coworker because my coworker was rude to me, and then I snapped back at them. See, the devil's running your mind. You see what I'm trying to tell you? See, you're taking your Christian and throwing away your Christianity. All that, that's not, man, you know what? Hey, come on now. Come on now. And I didn't go to church to get a religion. I don't like to have a denomination. I don't like to worry about, am I Baptist? Am I Pentecostal? Obviously, even with church, God says, come as you are. I'm not going to walk in with a broad top and some Daisy Duke shorts on the church. But I am not going in like I'm going to the nightclub either, because, you're looking clean and sharp, but that's a different way to dress for the streets. And I'm not telling people that they can't do it. I'm just saying, for me, I'm not going to go dress sexually inappropriate in church. I'm not going to go to my mother's house and dress inappropriately. I'm not going to anybody's cookout pool party with, too much of, stuff missing, and be running around like that in front of older people and people, family and kids. I'm not judging, but I just wouldn't do that. But I know that all the stuff that, you got to wear something all the way down to your ankles and stuff. My father was like that. It was very hard. You can't show this. You can't. You can't have nothing. Above the knee. Women can't wear lipstick. They can't be preachers. They can't wear perfume. Different things like that. And then the men have to do this. They have to make sure that they're working hard labor, so the woman don't go out the door to work because she's just a mother and that's all she should be. And the man is supposed to just be a worker, not tend to the kids. It's too many things. He said to catch their own differences are only requirement. Yes. And that the trick is as long as they are not forcing things. See, that's what I'm talking about. And see, these people go past chilling and try to force stuff on you. And it's not the way you get people to understand, because see, we all have to find our own way. We all have to find our own way. I keep telling people that you can be a Siamese twin and connected by the head or whatever body part and can't be separated. And those two Siamese twins are totally individual people. And if you ever watch Siamese twins, you can listen when they talk. They got a lot obviously in common and they click on a lot of stuff, but a lot of them got, they're connected now, mind you, can't be separated. They got different styles of clothes. This one got lip gloss on. He liked to wear a baseball cap. This one liked dress shoes. That one liked sneakers. And you'll see two people attached together looking totally different. And then they come together collectively, and that's what it is. But you can't force people, and you can't make up your own like God in that kind of way like that. You can, fix how you want it to be to serve God, but you can't make rules that are not, in the good standing. Because sometimes people will their way to do things, and it becomes a problem. And I done been through a whole lot of different stuff, especially when you come from a mixed family background, and everybody has all kinds of different ways that they're raising you, and you have to try to remember not to make a mistake of doing something that you did with the other family because they don't want to have it in their house. You know what I mean? And you got a lot of people too when you get married, or one of your kids get married, and you guys are Christian, and you just say your son comes with his girlfriend, and she's not a believer, and she's coming, drinking all at the kitchen table, and y'all got grandma there, and they don't believe in that. Not dressing appropriately and swearing very harsh. Those things can cause a big division. And I think that you have to respect a person for how they want to present themselves. But it's obvious it's not going to hurt for you to have respect when you go to somebody's house and you're dealing with meeting parents. And then some parents nowadays, it's changed. Everybody act like they're a crazy 16-year-old now. People don't want to grow up. A lot of people don't understand that you can have a friendship with your kids, but you only go to a certain level with it. I have ran and met and know personally females that with their daughters going to the strip club, fathers and their sons in the same room, different beds, laying up with chicks and stuff. I don't feel that I wouldn't do nothing like that, but a lot of people getting down the way they want to around town. So I try my best not to judge nobody, but I know what's for me is for me. Just like when they said about beating somebody over the head with a religion, you got to find your way there. Because even if you're saying you're Baptist, Pentecostal, we do this, we do that, if you stick your hand in the fire, you are going to get burned. If you are Pentecostal, if you're Baptist, if you're Jehovah's Witness, it don't matter what you're talking about, you're going to get burned. Says people don't, yes, no, everyone thinks the same. Yes. It's out of control out here. It's very scary. And I keep telling folks too, just like with me, I know that you probably have made a lot of friends in this club that you've been pulling together. And you don't know, like when you come on come to one of these lives, you don't know if there's somebody you already know or there's people I know. But there's a lot of people that come on here that are not good people that I already know. And I just hope you guys don't run across them, because a lot of these folks, I had stopped, let me see what it's saying. A lot of people that come up here, I don't deal with them no more. And what I notice is that everybody's popping up out of the woodwork, because what they're doing is if they see a commercial in front of you, the commercial on one of your videos, if they see that you're posting live, they think you know you done made a come up, so now they want to be friends with you because they want to come up off of a come up when they don't have to do it like that and be shady, when they can do what we're trying to do here, and everybody helps each other out willingly instead of trying to be shady. And a lot of times people don't realize that everybody's channel is not monetized just because you see a commercial. That's where, and even Uncle Burpee was talking about that, that's where people start using you, and that's YouTube, so they can get paid. That's why they throw that commercial up even if you're not monetized, because they making the money off of you because you ain't monetized yet. And see, a lot of people don't understand that. And for a long time, folks have always thought that the more subscribers you have is how you get paid. They ignored the watch hours completely. I mean, I know once you reach that thousand threshold that that part is covered, but they're thinking that's what the whole thing was because they didn't fully comprehend, didn't do the research, and money chasing in the wrong kind of way. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with somebody wanting to become lucrative and do what they got to do, but at the same time you get in for the wrong reason and you fail. Unfortunately, you fail. And just like with me, the only reason why I do these lives like this is because it's something that I learned, and a lot of this stuff I learned from Uncle Burpee and a few other people around the way. Let me see what he says. You should have a code word for them like Marilyn Monroe or red lipstick. Yeah, you got that right. Absolutely. And see, and come on, this is hood stuff that I won't say hood because hood is not necessarily a bad thing. But I would say these little backgrounds I'm throwing up, like for instance, you see Marilyn Monroe, I promise you, Marilyn Monroe was a t-shirt that I bought from a store, and this shirt was like $2.99, and I cut it because I like to craft. I need to start showing a little bit more of my crafting. But I crafted, I got a frame from the Dollar Tree for $1.25. And put the picture in the frame. That's all I did. I even cut the name out down here at the bottom so that you can see that it says Marilyn Monroe. And this is an actual real t-shirt that you wear, not even a picture. And I had to take the glass out because with the camera there's a glare, so I have to take the glass out of it so that it won't be a big glare. And this is the glass that goes to it because I took it out, too much of a glare. That's all it was. And this is just little stuff because I don't think that for me to put too much money into this if I am not monetized, because it's a lot of work and it can become real stressful financially. And I'm good. This is how I'm doing it. Even Bob Marley. Bob Marley is one of them velvet. I got that for $1, I think, at the Family Dollar. It's a velvet picture of Bob Marley, and it had markers that come with it that you color in. That's all that is. You know what I mean? Just get it how you live and do what you got to do. Then I got some other little posters and stuff that I'm going to be putting up, and calendars, but I'm trying to get a little bit more crafty. That's why I got this this new computer here, because I want to start having at least some bubbles and stuff, and then I want to start putting a background behind me so that I can come on, like you said, with the mask or whatever. And I'll probably be doing that very soon, regardless, until I can get to where I need to be. But I got a whole lot of content. I mean, our brains are like a sponge. You understand what I'm saying? And ideas come to me, just like when I say these quotes that I be saying. I learned a lot of stuff from the Bible, stuff I read, little cliches, little calendars, but also I got a brain that gets busy too. So as soon as I think of something, I run and write it down. Or sometimes I hear something or read something and I reiterate it and make it a different purpose. And just like with cliches that we use, I got some of those that I change around differently. Like, when somebody say, when a person show you who they are, you believe them. And I don't believe that, because a lot of people wear a mask for a reason. A lot of people are going through stuff for a reason. This computer here that we have, what is the name? Let me see something. Let me look at it. I'm in another whole another room. What kind of computer is that? What's the name of that computer? Lenovo? Okay. All right. It is a Lenovo. And see, just like right now, I'm off the clock. And I, the other night when I was talking, I told the people that was in the live that you're going to hear somebody burp, fart, walk through here, water running, yelling names out, because it's home time now. And, and I do some work in the house and outside the house. But once it get a certain time and I'm off the clock, I'm going to do family time. But if people feel, oh, she's doing a live and all that's going on, I always ask first. And I just started doing this like twice now since I've been doing the live. When I'm off and it's my free time, I might say, you might hear me slurping because I'm having some ice water. I got somebody here running the blender. If it's too loud, I'll go in another room. But this is real life. And see, that's how I don't know. That's just how I am. I like to keep it real, straight shooter, and let it do what it do. But I also know how to sit back and chill, mind my business, shut my mouth. People can confide in me because sometimes when you're like this, people think that you are, a messy person, you out of pocket. But see, they don't know what's loyal, what people that are really loyal to them. Just like a lot of people when they get out in the streets, and they're not coming from a good family or they're off track, they join gangs and stuff because that's where they feel the loyalty. And I'm going to be honest, a lot of the gangs, not all of them, but a lot of gangs show real love and the family support system for people. It's just the problem is when you got to get out and get into action. That shows where the evil part come in. But far as a lot of them connecting and loving on one another, they really be down and riding with each other, but they get dangerous because you got to go out and rob a store, and then the bad parts come in. I haven't met too many gangs that really did good things as a gang. I mean, I'm sure they're out there, but a lot of them, they're from the streets, so they turn up. You know what I mean? And I know, all kinds of different ways. I used to run some business and do some wild stuff myself too, but it was out there lost. And then also a lot of us have undiagnosed mental problems, chemical imbalance. And nothing's done about it. You coming up as a child, a lot of children were spanked and stuff because they had a disability that no one tried to see if there's anything wrong with them or not. A lot of times too, parents have had kids and they done drugs and stuff and say, well, you know what? I was getting high probably for the first 3 or 4 months because I didn't know I was pregnant. Then you have that child, and that child they may not have withdrawal symptoms because once you found out you were pregnant, you stopped using whatever you using, but the damage is done. And just like, speaking like about ADHD and stuff like that, that right there is a chemical imbalance, a neurological problem in some cases with people. And what's going on with that, you have to, you can take medicine, you can get counseling, you can see a psych doctor if you need, but you have to will yourself to do your part in it because the medicine can't shut it all down. And that's what's going on with a lot of people, undiagnosed, underlying, and people. That's why a lot of people get on drugs out here, because when you get medication for these type of things, when it comes to ADHD with hyperactivity, bipolar, schizophrenic, and if people be drinking liquor, it's because, let me see what he's saying. I just started taking my meds. Man, I'm fantastic. See, that's what I'm saying. And see, that's the thing. A lot of people don't know. I'm so glad for you, Bert, and I pray for you because we got a lot of that in my family that's hereditary, and I got some issues that I've been through myself. So I feel you on that, and God bless you. I'm so glad because you're a teacher. I mean, you got your husband, you're a child of God, you work. I mean, it's good to see that you can have some relief in that area, because what I've been noticing is that a lot of folks have undiagnosed problems, and then they turn to drugs and alcohol trying to mask and control the problem. And people don't realize that a lot of street drugs and even alcohol, like you can say, well, you know what, I don't drink hard liquor, but I probably drink a 6-pack of beer every night. Well, if you look at how much percentage of alcohol is in the beer, you're going to end up having the equivalent of having a couple of shots. And a lot of our street drugs and other stuff that we have out here hit the same neuroreceptors as medication. That's medication that comes from the doctor. So if you just say, like, if you have ADHD and you're not diagnosed, so you don't know you have it, and you're drinking a certain type of alcohol or smoking some weed, or some people with crack and heavier stuff, they're feeling relief from it because it's hitting them certain receptors that give you the issues of maybe talking too much, not paying attention, not being able to sit still. They get out there and use, shoot up a needle and feel calm now. And it's actually a mental disorder that they can go and deal with a doctor to get the proper right help for it, opposed to becoming a junkie or a drug addict or alcoholic. But see, when you talk like that, people don't want to hear it. And unfortunately, a lot of our mental health issues is hereditary. You don't just get mom's blue eyes and dad hairlines. You get diabetes, high blood pressure, the crack gene, the alcohol gene. It's in there. Cancer. I mean, come on. We have to be real with it. That's just how it goes down. And a lot of people don't want to face that. And also, a lot of the emotions that people feel to have disorders like ADHD or ADD, bipolar, whatever, a lot of people don't realize that it's different for people with a diagnosis because the symptoms that they feel linger on. But I think a lot of people feel a lot of them symptoms throughout your life. I just think about it when you first got married. How was you feeling when you first got married? How you feel when you bought your first house? How did you feel when you got a car? How did you feel when you had your first child? Nervous, scared, anxiety, hyper, bugging out, walking around, pasting, nervous, don't know what to do. Those feelings are something that occur in all of us. It's just that people with chemical imbalance, theirs is more fractured, and they need something to help, because if not, they don't have no control, because your brain controls a lot of stuff. And if it ain't on point, you ain't on point. And I remember too, even with me having problems with issues in school and stuff, and it was hard to determine what was wrong with me because your environment, it plays a role in it. If you're not eating right, if your parents are not hugging you, telling you that they love you, spending quality time. And I always believe that there's nothing wrong for you to find some programs for your kids to watch, but you're responsible for them. We're also responsible for how we let people treat us. And when you have kids, you can't let, like back when I was coming up, we had a lot of Barney and all of that, the Electric Company and different old school stuff. And now we got like Peppa Pig and a lot of shows, but you can't allow, even if it's a good program, why do Barney got to teach your kids their ABCs? Why can't you do it? Why don't you make it, get your child off of the TV and sit down and do something with them? Whatever you see them doing, you ever notice like with a lot of Coco Melon, the kids know the whole song to that, but they don't even know how to spell their first name because they're not talking, they're not taught anything. And that's what I keep saying. Sometimes we got to shut it down. And even with us as a family, we go off the grid. You park the car and walk to the grocery store and walk back. Take 2 buses to get to the mall and got a car sitting right there to get you there in 10 minutes or whatever have you when I'm in the States. You understand what I'm saying? And people don't understand that is more quality time because you have to crawl before you walk. But if you get too caught up, and there's nothing wrong with having a car and stuff, but what would you do without it? What did you do before you got it? And just say your car gets messed up and you can't get another car right now. You got to know what's happening. You got to know what buses and stuff that you can take so that you can keep getting to work on time, that you can get to the doctor's appointment, to go to work, shop, all of that. You can't just rely on certain things. And sometimes we get too crazy with this. I mean, I can take the time and set up a live and be off for everything. No TV today, none of that. And just chill out, read, take a walk, breathe, exercise, clean this closet out that I was supposed to do. The oven needs to be cleaned out. And before I know it, I don't even miss out on some of the stuff that I do on social media or playing PlayStation or whatever have you. And even with our relationships with our children, there's more value to it when you spend quality time and you talk to your family members and get inside their head and understand where they're coming from. And even for married couples, heterosexual, bisexual, whatever, same sex, whatever, you have to have a relationship that's greater than the intimacy, the sexual part of it. A lot of people worry about that all the time. Well, what do you do when it's that time of the month for a woman? What do you do when that woman has, just had a baby? If that's all y'all know how to do is, shake off the headboard. I'm just going to talk real. You understand what I'm saying? We have to keep it real and do what we got to do. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. A lot of stuff it was accomplished before we were born as well. And I remember not having no TV, no radio and stuff like that, and we did fine. When we wanted to make some extra money, you don't run down here and trying to sell no weed for somebody. I had them eras in my life, though, because I didn't have the right family. But I'm just saying the way it was intended to be. If you want to make money, depends on where you live at, city, state, town, country, wherever you are on the planet. You got out there and shovel. You cut somebody's grass. You put Mr. Millward's trash out for him weekly, and he'll give you a couple of bucks. You know what I mean? Nowadays, they want to rob, steal, and take it because they don't have no purpose, because they don't know better. And once again, a lot of times with the children, they're a product of their environment. When you get a new student in school, a lot of times that student is standing there with all their father's problems, all their mother's problems, all this dysfunction in their family, and they're standing right in front of you bringing all of that to the school because they don't know no better. And, and I like working with the kids that people try to consider as throwaway. so that they'll stay out of jail and out of harm's way and see that they have a better future. Because sometimes children are coming from some tore up homes, and I know what that's like. And then they got to come back to school and get some peace and then dread going back home. And that's a shame, but that's the world that we live in. And a lot of this stuff, we don't have to have it. Because if your financial situation was different, you wouldn't be able to have internet and all that. What if you have the computer and you can only do it manually because you don't have Wi-Fi? I bet you make it work. I bet you make do what you do. All them books has been sitting there now that the power is off and it's daytime, you can still see. I bet you may consider getting a book or doing a project around a house that you've been saying, oh, I'm gonna avoid it. I ain't gonna do it right now. Everything looks like an opportunity when you don't have. So I always try to look at things when I do have it, go without and see how good I'll do. See how good I do. And instead of just sitting around planning stuff for yourself, see if you can get yourself off your mind and help somebody else out sometime, even if it's a kind word. Even if somebody's going ahead of you and you hold the door for them or they hold the door for you. Little small things like that. How you doing? Yeah, you look nice today. I like your shoes. Make it shake. Let's make some things move. I remember when I went to the store, I decided to walk. And I had got, halfway away from the door, and I seen the older lady coming, and she was pulling the carriage, and I walked all the way back, and I held the door for her. Why did I do that? I didn't do it to get praised by her. I didn't do it necessarily for God to bless me. Just as a human, it felt right to do, so I went on and did it. And that's how I live. And I try my best, and I ain't gonna lie, I make mistakes. I'll get in here and swear. I do a lot. Hey, what's up, sis? How you doing today? God bless you. Thank you for coming by. I've been watching your hauls. I know you said you got your granddaughter there chilling with you that's 16, and you want to make sure you have some stuff up in the house for her. I enjoyed that last haul. But yeah, and I keep saying, with us as people, we got to do right. We got to make a difference. And I just decided just a lot of stuff really, how when you trying to study in the Word, but you're not that super Christian and stuff that you're going to cuss and swear and act a fool. Ain't nobody going to tell me, even though I don't, but nobody's going to tell me because I had a drink that the whole church going to come dog walk me because of it. I wish. That's foolishness. We people are saying that they're serving God, but you can't tell it by their actions, because if you was a real Christian, you would actually mind your business. If I don't appear to be a crackhead or alcoholic, you need to mind your business, because if I wanted to, you can't tell me I'm not going to heaven because I went to a club or because I was having a drink. Now, if it was your concern, because when I came to the church, I came and I said I'm a recovering alcoholic, and you started smelling beer on my breath or something, and you knew that there was something wrong with me in my past, and you want to come to me like a caring Christian and say, you need some help, sister. Did you need some help, Sister Rruk? But instead of spreading it through the whole congregation and trying to make situations worse, mind your business. That's what the whole problem is with everybody. Folks is up in somebody else's business, and their lives is all screwed up. You're welcome, honey. I appreciate you too, sis. Peace and blessing. Yes, ma'am. And I just, I try to play on that. And one thing I learned too, and like I said, a lot of these cliches that we have out here, I always find a way to retweak them, because a lot of times it don't go like that. When you live and learn, it don't go like that. And a lot of people always say, treat people the way you want to be treated. You got to watch who you say that to, because I see some folks that don't give a damn about themselves or their kids. And if you saying to treat them the way you want, you watch what you ask for, because a lot of folks ain't rolling right out here. We got a whole lot of tricks and cons and shadiness and backbiting and some of that stuff. A lot of people in church ain't saved, and a lot of people that's doing this type of stuff is in church. You got to know what you're dealing with. I don't care if it's your husband, your wife, older siblings. When you got kids in the house, you need to have collective conversations about, is everything going all right with your dad when you're alone with your father, with your brother? Because there's a lot of stuff with sibling rape and all kinds of stuff going on in the house, and you just don't know that part of a person because they've been able to hide it until it comes out. You have to be careful. When they go over to grandma's house, grandma and granddad is fine, but Lord, when Uncle Ronnie come over there, okay. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of people don't want to open up and do that either. They want to hide it and cover it up and pretend they don't know what's going on. And there has been so many people in families, men and women both, that are quick to hide that kind of stuff. And they know what be going on, and they're worried about, well, if I call that out, then he gonna leave, and then I ain't gonna be able to make the rent. I wouldn't give a damn if we got in a cardboard box for my child to be getting touched by no damn body. You better try to keep me out of jail. And I know I say I'm trying to be saved, but I'm gonna tell you, the devil will come all crazy on me. I know it will. And I would try to do the right thing, but I'm telling you, I'm not gonna sit back and watch that. And then this man is doing different stuff. And then you know what too? People not paying attention. Do you know how many females that are molesters and that's molesting little girls and little boys? It's equal. Everybody always try to put like paint men in a bad way, but I'm gonna be honest. Like my walks and what I've learned and been living through, any man that you say ain't shit, I can put 10 women that's the same way. Women have criminal minds too. A lot of people don't want to believe that, but women have criminal minds too, and they do the dirty too. And a lot of them will get with a man. And I see this like with the sex trafficking. You got a lot of women that you think, oh, well, she was a victim, and that pimp or whoever is making her go out and bring in new recruits. Sometimes them people are involved themselves, these women. And I noticed that a lot of these women are involved in the sexual act too with these. They want to get a child to molest with the man. And a lot of people, oh no, because I knew Sarah. And, well, how many times have you heard stuff on the news? Well, what's going on? You got a neighbor that you've been living around for the last 6 years. You done went to a few of their cookouts. Your kids done played together. And you think you know them. Oh, you know them. And then all of a sudden some time passed. And then, you see something on the news. Well, Michael and Jan had a little girl in the basement for 2 years. No, I've been living next to them. I done been to their cookouts. I remember the last time I had to go and get some extra sodas out the basement in the freezer, and it was a child locked in a room down there. I didn't, because you don't know. And it's nobody's fault, but you don't know. What Miss Kite's saying is, Sister, and God will provide. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sister D is in the house, as she says, watch your mouth. Amen to that. That's what I keep saying. We're not paying attention. And also, what I grew up with, too, is a lot of bad behavior children. And parents would ignore that. And we all know the difference of when you're coming up. Boys fighting girls, girls fighting boys. They like to do pranks on you. And some people get a little rough and they may have hurt you but didn't mean it. But we know some of them bad ones. And I'm going to tell you, I grew up with a few. Push you off the banister, think it's funny. Try to start a fight with you and go put the daggone ketchup on a piece of toilet paper and say you punch them in the nose so you can get whooped. There's something going on with that child. And you can't let them keep running around doing what they're doing without addressing. I don't give a damn who kid it is. I don't care if that's your favorite, which I don't think that's right for people to have favorite kids. I don't play that either. I don't care what age group. I don't give a damn if you got kids 15 years apart. You can't favorite more than one or other because they look like you. They got the daddy's eyes. Because I know one thing, as a parent, you may love your kids but not like some of their personalities. That is what it is. And these kids come out, and when they come, you got to remember, when you get involved with whoever their father is, and then y'all create a family, your kids is coming from some genes from some of them sisters and them or them brothers that you met that you don't quite like, and your kids may come out with some of their personality, because a lot of stuff is not just about, oh, they got eyes like their father, she got her uncle's hands and all that. You don't know what genes you're going to get that's running up in your house. And a lot of stuff is some bad energy, and you got to straighten your kids out and not be in denial, because I've been in situations where I watch people got kids with issues and they don't care about it. You know what I mean? And it'll ruin everything. You know what I'm saying? You got to help them. What she say there? And God will provide. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Sister Kites. Yes, ma'am. You got to pay attention and be proactive and get this thing rolling right. Because I've been through a lot of stuff where I've had behavior children. And you got to see, maybe they do have a mental defect, a chemical imbalance. But you don't just sit back and keep allowing a child to be abusive to another child that it's past they was just playing around. Every time this child do something, somebody's eye is blackened. I'm not talking about the rough playing and fall outside and get hurt. I'm talking about you got one deliberately going in there pinching the baby and they 8 years old. You just gonna say, oh, they're siblings. He just love them so much and he don't know no better. Okay, now he pulling the drawers down, taking the pamper off. Oh, he just don't know. Honey, listen. Let's be real. Come on, as they say, call a spade a spade. And once again, stop playing with it. If you know what time it is, do better. And it's hard because I'm sitting here and I'd be talking about God. I usually start when I be waking up in the morning. I get woken up just thanking God. It just be happening. I be just thanking God that I can get up, that I can see, that I can walk, I can hear, that I can eat, I can do this and I can do that. And I go and serve God mostly before I do anything else. And then get out here in the car, start driving. Somebody cut you off. What's the first thing you say? That mother bleep bleep. But I thought you was just praising the Lord. Well, I'm human. Hey, I'm gonna keep it real. I ain't gonna front and showboat. I messes up. I messes up. I just got through watching a video a couple of days ago of one of the YouTubers that I associate with that's up in Africa, and you're watching these people struggle to bring water from 6 miles and are walking back and don't got a refrigerator, and then I'm sitting here mad, dreading that I got to clean my refrigerator out. Well, see, you got a refrigerator. What are we appreciative of, huh? Just like with Thanksgiving, what are you thankful for? You dirtied the refrigerator. They don't have a refrigerator, so then you have to start with my small mind, very dysfunctional. And I don't mean it in a way to say, you know what, I was going to go on and clean the refrigerator, but I got a little tired. I wasn't feeling well. No, complaining that you got a refrigerator. And these people don't. So then where are you at then? But yet you're super Christian, though. And see, that's the problem, too, with finding the right kind of church home, because when you get up in these places, it's too much going on. And there is a good pastor that I've been watching, but the only problem that I have with it, which is nothing wrong with that, because if you don't like the church, you don't attend it, and you go where you feel like you fit in that. But and it's not just with women. They do it with men, too. You can't wear lipstick. You can't wear perfume. You can't have a tattoo. You're in the secular world. You're not supposed to be doing that. The man ain't supposed to ever wear no jeans or sneakers. He got to have dress pants on, even on the weekend when he's not at the church. The woman ain't supposed to work. The man's supposed to go out and provide for his family. All of that going on right there. I don't think that's what it takes to be saved. And I mean, whoever wants to attend the church to do all that, go for it. And just like with me, I don't like to have a denomination. I don't like that people try to tell me, well, what are you got to be this, you got to be that. No, I don't care if you're Baptist, Pentecostal, orange, purple, green, from another race. If we all say we believe in God and that He's our Father, what does that make us? That makes us brothers and sisters. I don't go to church for a religion. And it then got so bad now that it's hard to find a church home. Let me see what she said here. My kids are grown, as no, but they still consult me. Yes. Sure, they're feeling blessed and trust in them. Yes, ma'am. And you know what? We'll never stop being parents. That's one thing about it. We will be parents and connected for life with our kids. And then the thing is, too, when we start getting older, our kids kind of start parenting us when we get to a certain state. I mean, it depends on, I'm not saying everybody's going to have Alzheimer's or whatever, but your kids will teach you stuff, even like just simple stuff that's new with these computers. You get one of them young kids, even a grandchild, and they come, oh, this is what you do, Nana. This is how you do that. Or, Ma, let me help you to the car. Mom, you hurt your hip now. You need to sit down. That's the same stuff that you bred it into them. So now they're giving you some of it back. And see, that's how they say the wheels on the bus go round and round. And I keep saying, too, the bus may stop at every stop and somebody got to get off. But you get on the plane, you're going to ride. You understand what I'm saying? That's when the real learning and healing begins, because I know when you put into them, you get them, you get back what you put into your kids if you raise them right. And sometimes we make our kids a product of their environment, and then we get mad because they're alcoholic, but you sat there most of their life and had them running, getting beers out the refrigerator because you was having a cookout with Hank and his wife, and now your son, he started drinking some of the beer, and he's been an alcoholic up in your house for about 3 years that you didn't know it. That's because you didn't pay attention to what was going on. There's certain things that you can have and say that I'm grown and let a child know that they can't do it, but you can't do that with everything. You have to lead by example, and a lot of times your kids are not going to do what you say, but they'll do what they see you do. So you have to be careful, but you should be able to say, I'm grown. I got some beers in the refrigerator, and I'm not, assuming that my son or daughter is going to start drinking just because I drink wine, because I am grown. I have a right to be able to do that. I'm of age. I'm not an alcoholic. I know what I'm doing. But see, in this case, these people is chilling. Go get my weed. Go get my blunt off the dresser. Yes, Sister Kite, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Go get my blunt. And you standing there talking, yeah, go get my Black and Miles. And come on. I mean, you can say go get a soda for me, but you don't want to force the alcohol on the kids like that, 7 to 8 years old, because they don't have no business. Even if you got in the refrigerator and you got that under control, you got to be careful, because it does happen. I just seen at one of them shows there, and I know in real life, the guy on Intervention, he said that his father used to, every time they have the football games or any type of sports that his father watched with the guys, and they all chill over, in this man cave, that he would always have him going and getting beers and stuff for him. And he said, I just decided because I could see how they changed once they got the beer. Some people was mean, some people were happier, some people passed out. So when I started having problems in my life, I said, well, Dad drinks beer, and I look up to Dad, so let me try a beer. And then, the dad starts saying in the house, well, I don't have a drinking problem, to somebody he was talking to, and he said, I only have a case of beer, a case of beer. I don't know how you physically can drink that. No, I mean the 12-pack a night, okay? But you got to look at the amount of alcohol, and once you get a certain amount of alcohol, that's equivalent to a shot. So if you're drinking that many beers, count the amount of alcohol in it, you have a problem. And if you do, you can get some help. But if that's how you want to stay, go ahead and do what you got to do. But you got to make sure your child doesn't fall victim. You understand what I'm saying? Because I've been around an alcoholic that was working for over 40-something years. And they only ever missed one day of work because they had something wrong with one of their knees. But they were a functioning alcoholic, and they felt that they were able to function. They're going to run this thing in the ground, and they end up taking their life when they least expect it. You understand? All that stuff you did, it worked like gravity. All the stuff that you did when you were younger, it's getting time for you to retire and chill out and enjoy everything. And you ended up where you died from it because it then tore your liver and everything up for all those years that you were doing and thought you had it under control. Because people don't understand that it doesn't matter if you're able to do it, it's what it's doing. You understand what I'm saying? What it's doing. And you got to remember what drinks, what liquor, what pills, anything that you have, what's processed through the liver, what's processed through the kidneys, and know what's going to happen to you in the long run. It's already bad enough, and I'm going to say this for men and women both. It's already bad enough. You may start off with one stomach, you end up with two stomachs, and then you got a fupa. It depends on the women. Some of them having kids, menopause. That menopause is hell. Whoa. Men have fupas too. But see, men are looked at differently when they gain weight, and women are picked on more. And I don't know why, because I'm not the type that would do that. But I noticed that. But men gain weight just as bad, and what was up here is down there. You understand what I'm saying? And when you say that, guys will be saying, "Oh yeah, look at her," and I say, "Yeah, look at her. Yeah, the chest is hanging like cow udders. But what them two little things between your legs, sir? They hanging just like my breasts. I know you ain't talking about me. We all go through it because it is what it is." And folks like to, be the first to cast a stone, but you don't realize what's going on in your life. The grass may be greener on the other side, but it still has to be mowed. And they had this couple, and the woman would always say to her husband, every time I look at our neighbor Sally's clothes on the line, they always look dingy. She needs to learn how to wash. She would say that every day. So one day she said to her husband, she said, well, I looked out and her clothes, Sally's clothes are sparkling on the line. She finally got together. And her husband said, honey, I washed our windows. You know what I'm talking about. Be the one to cast a stone. I'm going through menopause right now, shaking my head. The hot flash is out of control. Honey, I'm going to tell you, I had no idea about a lot of this stuff, and I remember this lady, and then I started meeting more ladies. Do you know that menopause, honey, would get you mentally ill? It would mess with even we thought like the cycle, women go through their cycle, honey, menopause will have you somewhere talking to the wall and spinning in circles, and the hot flashes will burn you up. You know you ain't gonna want to go to hell. You understand what I'm saying? People don't take none of that stuff serious, but that stuff there will tear you down. You can run an air conditioner all winter long if you live somewhere where it's winter with them hot flashes, and it messes with you mentally, psychologically, emotionally. That right there is hell. And a lot of women I know have had their cycle, and then they did bad with their cycle, and they did good with menopause, or vice versa. Both of them bad. But I'm telling you that there, honey, and I know so many women that's going through that. It messes with everything: the weight gain, how you feel, your clothes, your hair looking crazy. You know what I'm saying? Old girl down there started looking like an old goat. I mean, it's crazy. And you can't really, there's not really nothing that works for it. There's nothing unless you're trying to get the risk of cancer, trying to do something with hormones, and half the time with that, it may not work, or the side effects is worse than the cure. It's hell. And so many women, and I know a lot of women too, that's going through it earlier than they're supposed to because they done went through chemotherapy and radiation, or got some other problems, fibroids and stuff like that, and had to have their, hysterectomies and stuff. And you're 30 years old, 29, 22 with a full hysterectomy and menopause like a woman in her 50s. Ain't nobody came up with nothing yet to really help that. You just have to live through it. And after you done went through all them years, with your cycle, whether you had a good one or a bad one, this is how it ends. It's horrible. And nobody really have no advice for nobody. They'll tell you a few things, but you got to deal with your own personal. And they're talking about personal summer. It ain't no personal summer. That's hell. You know that ain't no nothing. Summer is usually nice. People consider summer to be nice. That ain't nice. I mean that heat, honey. Let me tell you, to take you right up out your damn mind. And I know so many people that went crazy, and I mean literally crazy. I know quite a few girls, like I said, that got this early, that just happened to come early and raising little kids still 5 and 6 years old, and they committed suicide. Just in certain lines of work I've done, and people that we done process in, and folks are in the mental hospital and stuff for that because they can't control what is done to them. It's psychological too. It's not just physical for some people, it's psychological. It make you depressed, stressed out. Your thoughts are all weary and all over the place. You can't have your head hot. And then then you start getting a certain age, men and women both. You got to deal with the grades. People get tired of dyeing their hair all over and over again. And I mean, it just seems like you come in with a mess and then you go out with a mess. When do you get a break? That's why I keep saying that we're just so lucky to have certain things, because there's a lot of stuff that we can't control. So I try my best to, be grateful for whatever I can control, because there's a lot of stuff that's out of our hands, and we sit here and run off at the mouth and think we're doing something, and ain't nothing happening. And I keep telling people that you have to do what you got to do, and we're all responsible for how people treat us. And and I think it's time too. And I'm not trying to talk bad about men, because I know a lot of women that are treating their men just as bad as women get treated by men. But I'm telling you, all this stuff back in the day here was stand with guys. Stand with guys, honey. If you with that man, anybody can eat under a two-legged table, honey. You better wake up. You understand what I'm saying? I don't know what you're trying to do. He ain't there for the kids. What's popping in the bedroom. He laying down to check. Half of the time, these guys that you sit down and plan your life with, and even women, they ain't even the right person you with, and you make up excuses to keep yourself from knowing the fool that you're being, staying in them relationships. Girl, you touch everything. You said. Try to look at the positive aspect of everything as much as I can. Me too. And I'm telling you, folks need to get this together here with all these fool clown relationships and know what you're talking about, because I got so many guys that I know that let women, and these men are bigger than these women, and you're allowing this woman to spit in your face, she's screwing your friends, and you sitting there putting up with it, then females putting up with a guy every time you turn around, your eye closed up, he ain't giving you no money, driving your car, running over your kids that ain't his. And then you finally have a baby by him and it still ain't his. That's the stuff I'm saying. We got to do better than this. This stuff is played out. I don't know what people be doing. And it's hard, though, because I had to let friends go because of that old fool mess. See, he can come over here and bop you upside the head, but he better not put his hands on me. I'm not with it. But he ain't going to come and drag you out my house either. And see, then that's going to get me caught up in it. See, and I done had a lot of that. People get with these men and lose their damn mind. This man is over the kids. And he the father of them. And he dog walking you. You trying to get a ride from me to work, and he there. What is he doing? Well, he gonna be leaving out. You mean to tell me you had to leave to go to work in the morning, and you had to take a bus or get a ride from a coworker or somebody because you scared, and the car's in your name, and you paying the note? He up in there, and you making sure he keep the shrimp and the steak, and your kids better not dare ask for none. The kids can't have nothing but hot dogs. And I'm going to tell you the truth. I know that there's plenty of time, especially too, like when we go to restaurants with kids. Kids don't be wanting the filet mignon, all of them. But I got some crab eaters and all that too now. But I'm just saying, kids be wanting the fun stuff, pizza, fries. And I got some ones came out the gate at 1 year old. I want crab. I want lobster. You understand what I'm saying? But most of the time, them folks be doing that because they don't want the kids to have it. They got to have that man. And then you be like, well, what you and him having steak? And it don't even be you and him. It be him. The steak is for him. And you over here trying to snack with the kids because you're scared if you don't have the steak. I remember a friend, it was so disgusting. I felt so bad for her too, because I try not to judge anybody. But we in the grocery store, and I know for a fact that me and her was at the deli ordering food. And when we got done, we went to another store. Then when I dropped her off home, she in the car pulling damn lunch meat out her breasts and all of that stuff. And I'm like, girl, what the hell? I know you wasn't up in no store with me doing that. And I done it before, too. I'm going to keep it real with you. But I'm just saying, I'm asking her, what's the deal? Because I could have lent you the money or gave it to you for free. What the hell happening? She had to steal what she needed for her and the kids because the main money have to go on what the man wants. You see what I'm saying? And then you got him, he left at the house, and he ain't even watching the kids. One of them done left the house and found him downtown. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? The child left the house because he wasn't paying no attention to the child. And you still keep running back to this man. And I understand, but people don't realize that children rather be from a broken home than to live in one. And sometimes the reasons that you stand with this man, it ain't even worth it in the long run. Or this woman, it's not even worth it in the long run. Because a lot of times, you be in a situation, if you got a man that's decent enough or a woman that's doing for you, and you got to take some kind of abuse on the side of it, you ain't got nothing. You ain't got nothing. What she say there? We have to energy, the foolishness. Amen, amen. Family, and sometimes that's too much. You're right, sister. You're right, Sister D, and it's the truth. And I didn't, and I trying to talk to her to help her out, and she got mad at me. And I told her, I said, well, you know what? You could have got arrested. I could have got arrested with you. And even though, honey, I didn't stole before, so I don't mean it in that way. But I'm just saying, I didn't know that was going down like that because she had stayed so cuffed up with this man. But that's what she was doing. She was stealing this stuff because she had to use, food stamps now because he ain't working. You already know that. And she working, but it ain't enough money, so she qualified for some food stamps and working a little piece of job. But he there and he ain't doing nothing, but he getting dressed to go to the club or vice versa. And you got a girlfriend that ain't hitting on nothing, and you there with the kids in the house. This woman spitting in your face and calling you all kinds of this and that, and you're putting up with it. And I told her I would have helped you if you needed the help like that. I would have helped you. And I realized that she was going through way more than that because you knew you got this. You jump into bed with this, and then before you know it, you at the clinic. You sitting at somebody's house chilling, and they y'all was having beers back when we drunk and stuff. You ain't having no beers. Oh no, I don't feel like nothing. And I'm looking at this bottle of tetracycline there on the counter. And what it was is that she was taking medication because he brought something back home. But you still stayed on with him and stayed on with him and stayed on with him. And I just don't know how long you will put yourself and your kids through that. Because see, some people mentally ain't strong. And I understand all that, but it's not going to get no better. That's the thing I keep saying. It don't matter how strung out, how scared, how brainwashed you are, even though we can't make choices or judge nobody, but it's not going to get any better. So what do you mean? What do you do? Even with one of the kids was supposed to be my godchild, and I couldn't get that child and bring that child nowhere to get their hair cut, to get them a nice outfit, because when they got back home, the father was jealous over that. I mean, all that old foolish mess there is crazy. Then I got a lot of guys that I done ran across, and they good men and working. This woman taking your check, she's screwing your best friend. She ain't caring about the kids, hair ain't combed. She in the streets all the time, and you here looking like a fool. People just seem like they are not paying attention that you have to be responsible for how people treat you. And when I hear these stories, people that you got to put in a woman's battery shelter, cases that you got to go take folks out the house and stuff. I know that it's better said than done. But I also know that it's not the whole point that we try to get at, and not to judge anybody, because you don't know how terrified and brainwashed. This is equivalent to a man in Iraq in the war type of stuff that's happening to these people. So you can't say, oh, she's stupid. That's not what I mean. But what I'm saying is that the whole idea of is letting them know that it's not going to get any better, and a lot of times it's going to end up taking your life. And possibly the kids too. That's the point that we're trying to make. It's not going to stop though. So if you like it, I love it, because there's nothing else I can do to help you. And I'm not judging you because you stuck, you messed up mentally, you don't know how to get out of it. I understand all that. But after a while, there's got to be something, or you just have to leave it alone and just stay with it. And there's nothing nobody can do or say to help you, because you got to figure out what you want to do. And I'm telling you, it's better said than done, because people are quick to judge and tell you what to do, but they don't know what's in your mind, what's in your heart, and how afraid you are. But it's not going to get better. That's all that we can keep saying about that. Nothing's going to change as long as you keep saying this. And then also your kids have got to see this, Your kids are going to be right here, growing up, a product of the environment, and taking it. Do you know how many kids that have grown up and said, Mom or Dad, I remember when Dad beat you up. I remember you with the black eyes. I knew Dad did it. I remember you in the bathroom coughing up blood because he had stumped you in the kitchen on the floor, and we heard it. We just, was scared to come out. It's just, it is what it is. So I just, hope that some kind of way is for the kids. Because see, them battered situations, honey, I'm going to tell you, ain't no joke. You cannot tell anybody when to get out and when to go, but you have to let them know what the outcome is. You have to let them know that it ain't gonna stop. That's all you can do. And then them people get crazy. This one man here, shoot, he was with the woman, and he got mad because she was in a program that, when you on welfare, after your kids get a certain age, they put the kids in daycare and stuff, and you got to go to work, or the income will stop, the food stamps will stop. And she made that clear to him that I'm gonna have to go to the program and to get a job and get a training. If not, the money gonna stop. And you living with me, and I'm financing everything. Well, you going to do with them white people? You know how they start saying that, and Caucasian themselves too, by the way. But you going to do what them people say, blah blah blah. And she started going to the program and doing what she's supposed to do. And he got mad because she, was going to the program, and he ended up killing her and all 4 kids. And I mean, it just goes on and on. There's just, there's nothing you can do. You got to get out of it, And just like with me, I can't be on camera because I had something that occurred with the job that ended up in court proceedings, and I ended up having to transfer. But in my personal life, you think you're getting something straight because you stop fooling with a certain crowd, and you get in that process, you go into court, things are getting shut down, people are getting put away, and then you got the third party people stalking, following you, bothering you, where you end up having to sell your houses, get a different car, go back to renting to get away from the craziness, because you'll be somewhere dead and you doing the right thing. You know what I'm saying? And it's hard because the folks are in all kinds of predicaments, and we can't tell nobody how to get down. But I tell you, you're going to have to do something, because if not, you're going down regardless. And those things like that, they never really end. And I know a lot of people that's been in domestic violence relationships to where you feel like, oh, well, she been with him and he been busting her up for 15 years, but she's still alive. But you don't know how many times that person came to death. It's God willing. Yeah, it is unstable. Definitely, Sister D, it's unstable. And you see how many of those people that that's still alive, that's been with a man beating them up for 15 years. Well, he didn't kill her, she's still alive. But do you know how many times that he done something to her that she's lucky to live past it? But you ever notice how messed up her lip is permanent, how her teeth is chipped? The eye don't close up the right way. Her personality has changed. She's living through hell. And then a lot of times them kids are showing symptoms of that, because you can't really get away with too much in a house with abuse and stuff like that, and you got kids and they don't know what's going on. I done seen little kids flinch when dad comes home. 1 year old, 8-month-old baby that you hold. Soon as dad come in, and that child can hear that man's voice in another room and start flinching up and gripping on the mother, because they know what it is. 8 months old, I promise you. And I know we all know some people like that in kids. They know what's going to go down. And there's nothing that you can do. And then a lot of times too, some of these women, they think that it's okay because they came from that environment. They think it's okay. Well, if I get rid of Ike, I'm just using that name. Y'all remember Tina Turner mess. If I let him go, we ain't gonna be able to afford the rent. And mama in the elderly complex, a 1-bedroom, and we can't stay there because then they gonna put her out. Well, you know what? I'd rather be out on the damn streets, because what you gonna do to your kids, even if you willing to take it, it ain't gonna work for the kids. And then too, with us, with the grown, oh boy, folks out here with grown adult children, a sister and an aunt that wants to choose the street, the crack, the problem. How long do you help them out before you're hindering them? How do you deal with a situation that you got a certain way that you live, and then your son or daughter bring their partner in, whether they're married to them or not long term, and they bring that person into your life, and that person is disrespectful when they're in your house? How about when you have grandkids and the grandkids come over and you don't play that? You somebody butt need to be spanked, punishment, take the PlayStation from them, you do it, and then the mama, just say it's your son, the mama of the child said that when they was at your mother's house, she took their PlayStation from them. You tell her, I don't want her taking. See, all that, honey, listen, we in trouble. You got to get an agreement with that, because sometimes our own children will turn on us for their partner. You understand what I'm saying? And a lot of females, too, can be with a guy, they're not necessarily hitting on them, but he's a bum. He don't work. He eating up all the food. He's up in the house doing nothing, and they'll cover up for him than you because of what? I love him. Well, how do you even know what love is? Because love ain't supposed to hurt like that. Not that kind of hurt. You understand what I'm saying? How do you know what love is if you're allowing this guy to use you like that? And they think because this man is putting it down in the bedroom and got the headboard bumping up on the wall and he willing to eat under a 2-legged table, oh, I'm in love. And then you caught up with this. So you mean to tell me? So you just, you know, I always ask them, well, why do you work though? Because I need money to pay the lights, the rent, clothes. So don't he need the same things? Yeah. Well, then why are you doing it all? Why are you doing it all? And when I get them ones like that, whether it's in the family or somebody else's childhood, I'd be like, you know what? Shit, you go ahead with that. Good luck. Don't bring it here. What she say there? I was abused when I was married. I know, honey, let me write the book. And got out any means necessary. And honey, let me tell you something. I started having some crazy boyfriends coming up in my 20s, and I had one of them. He's the type that like to, you know, beat you up and cut your hair off and all that old crazy mess. Like, honey, boy, it's a mess. And then nowadays too, we got a lot of these females that the guy ain't hitting them. He's just using your butt. And you think because, you know, he putting it down in the bedroom that means that he love you, because that's all you feel, and you don't know your worth. I remember not knowing my worth either, and I think that's how a lot of stuff happened to me too. I didn't know God. I didn't know my worth. But these ones here, they got different kind of help now. There's no way a daughter, or aunt, or female in my family, anything happened to them and they want some help, I'm coming. I'm coming. But and this other woman here, she was with some no good man, and she had 4 kids by him, and this is a true story. And he, you know, was beating her up a lot of the relationship, and finally she decided to leave him. She moves in with her sister, which her sister has no kids, with a small apartment. He came over there and pistol whipped her and her sister both and left them knocked out. And so somebody found them and called 911. And guess what she did? She started sneaking behind her sister's back, seeing this man again, and he ended up killing her. It's just crazy. And I know a lot of females that had a good man in real life, and true stories that had your back, that take care of you, taking care of kids that ain't his. Let me see. That's called low self-esteem. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And been a victim of that. Yes, ma'am, Sister D. That's exactly what that is. And I was looking at that for what it's worth. She with this man, and he coming in there, and he working, and you ain't doing nothing, and he taking care of you kids. You got 3 or 4 kids by different men. You always disrespecting them. When you have company over, you don't care nothing about them. And the man had got to the point that he got tired of it, and he was trying to break up with her, and she stabbed that man in his heart. You know what I'm saying? It's you know, when you see something, you got to be a step ahead of the game. Because see, I'm not with all that, anybody up in my house and hanging with anybody. I just never been there. I was open a lot more than what I am now. But back in the day, honey, and even now, people is crazy as hell. And I keep saying, folks don't understand the titles that you have in these relationships, even with your friends, because you get with a man crazy enough, you endanger people that's trying to help you because you keep fooling with them. And it can't be out of fear, because you got a chance to go and move to Ohio with the kids, you know, and get away from this man, and you don't want to. Yeah, it shouldn't come to that, because you don't have to. See, that's the thing. Like, you know how you got a woman that's scared because she ain't got nowhere to go and she don't know what to do, and she got these kids and stuff like that. But you got a couple of family members that live in another damn country that you can be ghost on this clown. I know nobody don't want to leave and start over, and you don't want to take the kids out of school, but it's about living now. That's way more important than anything leaving and all that. I don't give a damn. Don't even worry about the living room set or none of that. Take off. But some folks don't, I don't know. They just, you know, they get so brainwashed that they don't want to do nothing about it, and then their life ends up being nothing. And then, you know, the church situation is a whole nother story to talk about too, because some people think they God, or they think the pastor's God. So we all, as people, we have to be careful about what kind of church we're attending to. We got to be careful who we around in the church, because folks ain't what this stuff here. Everybody in church really ain't saved. People use that cliche, but it is true. And folks like to show off. Well, the pastor said, yeah, the pastor and them, yeah, they hosted an event at their house. Are they helping you? And you saying the pastor, but ain't you sleeping with him? Does that say it in the Bible? Do you know how to read the Bible yourself? Does that say that that's okay? What are you talking about? And I had somebody that I knew that got involved with a pastor in the church, and this woman got here with this man and started seeing him, and brought her family member there to get baptized and all that. And when you started coming to the church and really getting to know the church, what you learn right offhand, that's the first lady sitting right there. So you know that's his wife. Okay, they acted like a married couple. Then you got another woman sitting over here, Sister Betty. She is the involved in. She's the knockoff, the jump off, for this to that. And then where do you fall at? She started seeing this man here, and getting family going with her to that church and stuff. And the second woman, not the wife, but the other, the jump off, she started stalking this person and putting nails in her tire, got herself caught all up with this man in that church, ended up getting pregnant by the man, and a whole nightmare. And that's because she did not know God, first of all, and she didn't know her self-worth. And I'm going to tell you, she got dog walked by this man. And what I didn't understand is how none of them didn't see that, though. Even if you getting played and you didn't know it, that's a different story. But you brought your mother, older women, 45 and 50 years old, and when y'all in the church, you know, with the church, even if their marriage ain't good, the pastor and his wife show you that they're a couple and they act like they're so in love. So how can you go with this to church with your mother and family, and they see that this pastor got a wife here, and your family member is sleeping with this person? How can nobody just sit here and look? Anybody, I mean, just sit here and look and see that there's something wrong with this, and just keep going like it's okay. And that's how that thing went. And what he did was he got tired of laying up with her, and he booted her to the side, and piled up the next one, and they all stuck by it. I think more of the younger generation folks, 40 years, yes, and older, still going through nonsense. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, they do choose that kind of lifestyle. They just had one of these here. This woman and guy was together. It was a Caucasian female with a black dude, and they was going together for some years. And I guess after a while, she started becoming too toxic for him. So he was trying to end the relationship. Then he had met somebody new, and she told him that she was willing to stay with him and let him have his girlfriends on the side as long as he stayed with her. So he made the arrangement and started doing it. And then the other girl, she was down with it. And then after a while, the other girl, the new girl, kept saying, I can't keep doing this no more. I can't keep doing this no more. And she got tired of it. And her, the new girl, and the guy end up killing the old girlfriend over just when you can just simply break up. They agreed to stay with this man. Do you know what you're dealing with when you with a man that's sleeping with another woman, and he's a super freak? It's already bad sex, period. But these people are going down, they're hitting the back door, they're using their mouth, and you don't mind accepting that. This man has came from one bed literally to the other. You know, everybody end up HIV and don't care. It is crazy. And it's all real stuff. I didn't even know people personally that dealing with that kind of stuff like that, and it got crazy. I remember too when I was younger, when me and my friend, we both had boyfriends, and both of us, I was getting beat up in one room, she was getting beat up in the other. Dumb, didn't know nothing, didn't have no help, scared like fools. But I got tired of it. She stayed with that, and I'm not trying to say I'm better than her. I guess I woke up sooner than she did. But I got tired of it, and she stayed. I remember one time when she was in her room and her kids was, you hungry and wanting to eat and stuff. And I had came home, and I got them in there, got them something to eat, and and I'm dealing with them for a couple of hours, which I didn't mind. But then I'm like, she ain't never coming out the room at all for these kids. And when I went to knock on her door, she came to the door with the comforter on her, and she reached, I don't know what she reached to give me to give the kids, but when she turned, she had a bite mark in her back. And you laying up in there screwing that man, and he done bit you all in your back. And daddy and them live right upstairs, and brothers and them live upstairs from you. I couldn't do nothing with it. And then I learned about her that she will always put men over everybody. And when she finally got out of that situation, she's always just had men that, was less than, didn't have no respect, and controlled her. And I realized at one point our friendship had to end because, we were friends. I thought she would be the friend that I'd take to the grave. I had two friends that I thought would take to the grave, but they turned behind some man. They turned behind some man. And I'm not the type that care about what you do with your personal relationships, but I'm not going to let you dog walk me because you with this man. He come here calling us all bitches and all that kind of stuff like that just because I'm sitting over here and all that. I had to let it go. And I realized every time me and her talking on the phone, she letting this man listen in because she can't use the phone without him listening in. I'm talking to you about my period. What the hell is he? What's going on here? You understand what I'm saying? What are we doing here? And then the other one, she messing around with somebody's husband, and then don't bring that stuff over here. I don't care what it is. Don't bring that over here to my door. And I realized she caught up, and I kept saying, how do these girls turn on their own kids and stuff over a man? And the thing is, a lot of these men wouldn't let them have nothing to do with their kids. So if this man decided he ain't running to the club, because you know half of them ain't got no job no way. If he ain't finna run out to the club, he's staying home. You got to stay home and lock down in bed. You have to keep calling your job, excuses, lying, and saying that you can't come in because you're sick, and it's because the man don't want you to leave the house at all to get the money so you can keep buying his Nikes and stuff. It just don't make no sense. We're living in times that people are not paying attention. We're born into a dying world. I thought that the C-19 would teach people a lot of good stuff as well as the negative stuff that came out of it, because we were forced to, a lot of people to homeschool their kids to be more close to his family. But to me, folks was acting the fool way before this, and it just got worse. And all these folks is getting mad. I understand a lot of women had situation and men that the school was kind of like their babysitter because they designed their job around school hours because they didn't have money to pay for after school, before school, daycare. They didn't have it like that. But these women, wasn't even decent enough for these men. I done seen so many, with having family members in school doing Zoom. What the hell is your husband walking by with the erect penis in the background with some damn boxers, and you got kids here? And I've had family members call me, look, her husband, what is he doing? The wife walking through with the bra on. She a teacher. She sit there with a robe and her nipple showing. What the hell wrong with all y'all? What is going on? She may be working from home, but she's getting paid. And I don't want my family member looking at nobody's nipple and the husband, he come there kissing all up on her neck. Are we doing Zoom and we're doing school, aren't we? And then, too, your kids acting the fool. They sitting there laughing and talking, got the PlayStation going while they supposed to be in class. They talking, eating a Pop-Tart and all that. No, get yourself together in the Zoom for class and got on damn SpongeBob pajamas, shirt all in there, slob in the corner in their mouth. What are y'all doing? What are you doing? And what's going on too with all this stuff out here with these folks allowing their children, especially these young girls? Hey sis, how you doing? I was just in your live, honey. That tilapia and potatoes. Ooh, honey, you threw down. And I made some red potatoes tonight too, but I put it in my rice and beans. But yeah, and I kept saying, what happened? And I don't mean to judge nobody, but what's happening out here? There's one lady that I was watching one of her videos, and she was arguing with her daughter that was 10 years old, and they were arguing over what lipstick belonged to who. Well, I bought a new one, but Mom, you got this one for me, but don't be wearing my lipstick. How the hell is she wearing lipstick at 10 years old? Oh, and then y'all getting dressed to go out. This girl got on a crop top with her navel all out, her butt cheeks hanging out, and then you dressed like you damn 16, and I didn't even dress like that when I was 16. What happened? Why are you doing this? Then your son, he coming in with his pants sagging. I mean, I got some guys in my family that try to sag and all that, but I'm saying he holding his crotch. He damn near calling his mother a bitch, and she arguing back with him like she arguing with a guy at the strip club. What happened to this? Why? What is it with these little girls too? And boys, they are grown. They talk all this fresh stuff when you speak to them, but they don't know their ABCs or 1, 2, 3s. It's just whacked how we let all of this stuff go on, and it's changing it, but it's not for the better. And when you say stuff like that, people get mad because they think that you're trying to judge them or you're trying to come off on them. It's not that. It's just that, you're doing the most over here, but you're not doing what you need to do. You're teaching this grown girl how to cook, how to clean her tail properly. Did she make her bed before she got out of it? What are we doing? It's just sad, but a lot of stuff is like that these days. You can't say nothing to kids. You can't talk to their mothers. The children go to school acting a fool. And everybody just be, this is my child, and what I do and what I say in my house is my business. I remember this one boy that was going to school with a family member of mine, and he was always coming to school high, and the teacher started realizing that he was high, that he was smelling like weed and stuff, and they basically said we need to have a, parent and teacher conference so we can figure out what to do to help him. And the mother was very docile and quiet, and the father was a little rowdy. And they set an appointment up to go to the school, but the father wanted to go up there because he wanted to fight the principal. And that's all he wanted to go up there for. He didn't want to see how his child was doing and what the problem was. He wanted to go up there and fight. And with that being said, what answers, what answers are we going to get from that? What are you going to do now? I don't know what happened here. She said I was going to say lipstick on the 10-year-old. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. See, I don't do all of this stuff like that. I even had this YouTuber that I've been watching for a while, a nice young girl, about maybe 35 years old or so. And she's living her life and showing what she do, and everything was cool. And she kept saying, when my dad comes up here, you guys, I'm going to talk him into letting, me letting him be on the camera. And when her father came, she decided to take him out to eat, and then she was going to take him to the beach. If you, oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I hope I don't sound awful judging people or nothing, but if you would see, her father just had on some pants to his knees and a button-down shirt on, but she had on a thong, and the top that she had on to the bathing suit, it come up just above your nipples, and she with her father, hugging on her father, bending over and stuff in front of her father, and I didn't understand that. I was trying to figure out what the hell, he okay with it? I couldn't do that. I can't even go to somebody's house and they got a whole bunch of people over there with Daisy Dukes on and acting a fool and stuff. I go home. I don't know what this is, but it's not a good thing. And if you say something, and I be telling, I don't do that with them grown kids. Get them grown kids up out my face. I'm not with nobody acting fresh. If you go on somewhere and sit down, oh, they ain't no, they nothing. And this, they had one of these famous YouTube families here. They was all chilling, had a get together. They had the whole crowd over their house bragging and showing off. They was rolling up weed and cracking the beer. They had the Hennessy out and all that. And it was kids walking all through the house, sitting on mama's lap while she rolling the blunt and all that kind of stuff. And they thought that was fine. But see, what they don't do is they don't tell you that, some neighbors called on them and who came to the door. I even know this woman here, her son went to school with some crack, because he didn't know what it was, but he seen his mother with it. We just can't do that. A lot of times our kids are going to do what they see us do instead of what we tell them to do. And a lot of kids go to school messed up in their product, their environment. And the first thing, when they get in school, you be thinking, well, what's wrong with this child? Maybe they got an undiagnosed mental health issue. And come to find out, it's the environment. It's the environment. The child ain't eating right. Ain't nobody showing them no love. They hungry. They in a house that nobody's caring about them, but they got on the Nikes though. They got a PlayStation. Their mama driving the Benz though. But when the last time she said, I love you? They don't seem to care about none of that kind of stuff like that. They're just sending these kids out here, and it's crazy. And then you have to be bothered with it. And people don't realize when you have a child that comes from that type of situation like that, see, to them, wealth is best. Wealth is everything. It don't mean nothing other than, they're doing what they want financial, and they think because their kids is dressed nice, got haircuts, got their hair done, that everything's fine, but it ain't. And a lot of times when the student shows up in school, they're dealing with the aftermath from them parents. You got a father that might have been an alcoholic, your mother's a stripper, or they're violent in the house. And when that child shows up in school, they're bringing that type of problem because that's what they're used to doing, and they get away with it. And we gone so far out here. We gone so far, and I keep telling people, even with me, I mess up all day long. I get mad, I cuss, I act a fool. And I could have just got through praising the Lord. I'm human. I make mistakes, but I try to keep it real as possible. And I keep telling people that we're born in a dying world. Live before you die. Live before you die. I can't stand having the fact of living with regrets. One thing we can't do, we can't go back and change time. Our past is not our destination. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't understand that, because what happens is when you live with regret will eat you up like a cancer. And I try my best, and I ain't gonna lie, I still do suffer from regretting a lot of things. But when you're trying to make that crossover, I don't want all that super Christian stuff. I'm not judging nobody. But these churches, you can't wear this. You can't wear that. Don't look like this. Don't say nothing. I can't do that. I got some people that I got in this live. And this person was speaking about a situation that they had with somebody they thought was a friend. And they kept saying that the friend did them dirty and they want to speak to her about it. Everybody, well, not everybody, the majority of the super Christian folks, y'all don't give the devil a foothold in your life. You just causing problems. You're bringing Satan into it. You're going to get struck down by the Lord. What are you talking about? What does that have to do with anything? If that's her friend and she wants to go talk to her, what does that have to do with her? Now she's not saved no more. Now she's going to hell. And a lot of those people, they take that thing too far. You can't even talk regular. Like how I'm talking now, if I said something like, if they said, what you get ready to do? I'm about to get ready to go in here and make me a sandwich. You're using the harlot words, whorish talk. You can't say nothing. You know what I mean? And I'm like, well, what's going on here? Because I'm not the one. I don't care if you come to church and you may have a little alcohol on your breath. I'm not finna get with Super Sister Christian and we're gonna gossip about you and try to put you out to church. That's your business. And most of all, you might need some help instead of somebody talking about you. There's too much judgment here. And even too, I noticed too, like on here, on the YT. See, I done been here before. And Sister D, you already know I had a whole nother channel. I was ruthless. And I know you remember. A lot of people think I'm new on these streets, but I'm not. I've changed my life in a way that what I was doing wasn't conducive, so I had to let it go. But I don't know what's going on out here either, because folks bugging out too. And just like with me, the reason why I am able to be on verbally is because my hours change, because I work out the dough and then I work in the dough. See, COVID has done some nice things for me and my family. I don't take all negative away from that because it has been hell and it ain't gone nowhere yet. But I know with me, my schedule has changed. And once again, I like talking to people. I like making friends, but I like to keep it real. And a lot of the stuff that I talk about is my true story. Even when I do my little small hauls, when I make those little cliches, I'm going to keep it real. I learn stuff from the Bible, cliches. You know, you have a plaque, footprints in the sand of time. You learn from that. But also, I got a brain too. And whatever comes to my mind, I go and write it down. And sometimes I hear something from somebody else, a song or whatever, and then I write it down. Just like I said, talking in one of the lives, I said, yes, the Drake got that song, a new song out that I heard some parts of, and I like the part where he says, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. And I said, and y'all girls need to pay attention to that when you got these guys, just because they eating under a two-legged table don't mean that they love you. You understand what I'm saying? They're here for a good time, not a long time. Well, if you clean with the Lord and why are you quoting something from a rapper that's sexualized? That's not, listen. First of all, if I'm doing wrong and you super Christian and you know everything, help me then. Help me then. But I don't think that there's anything wrong. As a matter of fact, certain little cliches, I didn't say go in there and go down on 5 and 6 guys, deep throat, all that kind of talk. I wasn't saying that. And if I was and you don't like what you're hearing and I'm in the secular world and I'm going to hell, well, you don't want to go with me, right? So click off. If that's what it is, no disrespect, because I don't hold animosity and stuff. But that's the thing that I'm saying. You can't say nothing when you're dealing with these people because they are God. People go to church and they think that the pastor is God. And I keep saying over and over again, you got to try to find your own way, because I've never went to church for a religion. It's nothing wrong with if somebody say that I'm Baptist, I'm Pentecostal, I'm Jehovah. I don't follow none of that. And I'm not saying that, there's anything wrong with people that do. Heck, there's some stuff that Farrakhan has said that I like. There's a lot of stuff that Malcolm X said. I hear a lot of stuff from Jehovah Witness, but I just like to say that I'm trying to be a good Christian. And I don't know if I'll make it all the way, because I slip off, I get mad, I cry, I cuss, I act a fool, I have negative thoughts in my head. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. We all deal with some anxiety, some depression, overwhelm, sadness. We got grown kids and stuff that a lot of people, let them do their own thing. You know as a mother that you're going to be a mother forever. Not just because the grandkids come along, to your child that you birth. You're going to be a mother forever. And whatever you deem fit to do to help them out, do it. Especially if you got a good kid, I don't care if they're 35, 40. If they're good, always have their back. The only thing that I struggle with when it comes to anything with kids or either a family member or friend is that you got to make sure it's not something like if they got a drug problem and you're more of hindering them than helping them, because you know they need to go somewhere to detox. You keep having them come to your house, they're robbing you. You know what I'm saying? They're putting themselves out here in danger, prostituting and all that. Then you got to figure out, you know what? I'm just letting him stay here or her. They're in and out my house. They done stole my car. They're getting worse. They done had people that came in and robbed our house. You know when you got to do something differently. But for the most part, they got to get somewhere and get help. But just regularly, if you got a son, your son's 40, why would you send him money? Your daughter, she got kids and she should be able to pay for the Pampers. That's not how that go. We're family forever. I would do that for a stranger, and I do a lot of stuff like that. Sometimes I would rather deal with people from the street to help them out. Like I put together care packages, and the packages that I put together is for the people that's out here homeless. Well, what can they use? Well, you can go, even if you don't have no money, you can start off with helping one person. You go to Goodwill's, get home, wash up a blanket, a couple of pairs of socks. You can go in the Dollar Tree, you can get a toothbrush, a bottle of water, a little thing, put together a little care package with some mouthwash in there, and they're living outside. You can get them some stuff. You can eat sardines right out the can. I mean, it's things that you can do. And I remember one day I was in the store shopping, and the lady said, "Wow, you sure are racking up." I said, "Well, this is the stuff that I do for donations, because I do donations for my neighbors. I do donations to the Red Cross, all those different causes like that. I do what I can when I can." And she said, "Yeah, I would," she said, "Wow, that's good." I said, "Well, thank you." We talked, and she left off. Then I ran into another lady. She said, "Wow, you getting it in." I said, "Well, usually I come and shop for my house and then other people, but today I'm going right to the shelter after this to drop this stuff off." She said, "Wow, you're lucky. I wish I could donate." I said, "Well, I tell you what, I got some coupons here. Buy one, get one free." I said, "You buy something, you take something home, and you drop off something to the shelter. I don't care if it's one can of green beans. Some family out here is going to be happy. You just do what you can, and if you don't have it, you find something else to do. Tell somebody their hair look nice. Have a conversation." Me and a woman, I just met a lady, 81 years old, and me and her had a church service right in the grocery store. Now, we in the grocery store, and it's crazy now with the holidays and stuff going on, and people kept saying, "Excuse me, let me go, let me get by." And me and her talked like we, knew each other, and I didn't know her from a can of Oops paint. And we talked so good, and there was a few things that she said that she did that I didn't necessarily believe in, but because of how she explained and her lifestyle, it made me intrigued by it, because I had certain ways that I was doing things, and maybe the thing that I thought I shouldn't have done, I should be doing it. And I looked into that type of stuff, and it helped me out. And we were total strangers. I had it when I was in Walmart. It was three of us got together and we started talking. But then I got one of them. She started that stuff where, "Yes, but a woman shouldn't be a preacher though. And see, my husband, he don't allow me to do nothing outside the house unless he approve of it." And Sister Maddie, she gone now, she driving and stuff, and Hank mad about it. I said, "You know what, I let her go on with that," but I said, okay. But see, that right there, all of that stuff is not just because I'm a woman and that type of way, but that's not right to me. I don't feel comfortable with it, but you know what? I said, "Bless you, and if that's how she want to live, to be controlled by her husband, you go ahead and do your thing." But I know even with me, I could have a situation, and had situation where you got, it's the top of the morning. I try my best to get my service all the time before I deal with anybody, because that's how I feel. I get waking up by just being grateful. And I make mistakes, though, at the same time. I'm thinking, praise the Lord and F you. Yeah, be real. Be real. I'm going to tell you like it is. Be real. It's a fight. It's a struggle constantly. And sometimes you got a child crying, and most of the time when a baby wake up in the morning, they want something to eat, pamper change, they want to be nourished and stuff. But when God talking to you, sometimes you got to let that go and hear the word and do what you got to do. And I done had times where I done served the Lord, and just say, for instance, I had the time, you leave all happy, praise the Lord, and you're playing some kind of CD in the car to nourish you more, or some church music, and then you know how it is, and we all know this. You was getting ready, you've been riding up and down Walmart trying to find a parking space, and you was just finna go in that parking space, and that some person seen that you was finna go in, and they cut you off and take it. How did you feel? You want to flip the bird? You're mad? You want to honk your horn? Come on now, it's the truth. We really have to be honest that no matter how we trying to do to serve God, we all going to keep tripping and falling on our own sword and making mistakes. That's why you can't judge other people. You can speak on some stuff, but I'm not going to come down and condemn. Just like we talking about, I said the woman with the child with the lipstick. I don't think it's appropriate, but that's an opinion. An opinion is like what? Everybody's got one, right? And I always say an opinion is like what? It's full of shit, and it always stinks. Real talk. So with that being said, it's not judging, it's just speaking on it. And see, I'm not fooling with none of that. Nobody grown kids acting a fool towards me. I even remember, because I go off the grid a lot. Even if I decided, like with these videos, if I wanted to run a video, I can let that run, but don't do anything else, or don't do anything, period, if I want to. And we have parked the car and walked to the grocery store. I got me one of them carriages. They always make fun of them, call them grandma carriages, but I got it deliberately so that I can survive, because I feel like I got to crawl before I walk. I got one of those carriages. We have parked the car and took 2 or 3 buses to get to the mall when we could have took a 20-minute ride because I want to be able to survive no matter what. You know, we're coming through the times of the rapture and all this stuff going on. And I always say, stay ready so you don't have to get ready. And I'm trying. This is why I'm running my mouth like this, is because I don't know it all. I can't preach to nobody. I'm asking for help. I'm talking to people. And I keep telling people, sometimes when you have problems, whether it be mental health issue, drug problems, different things like that, you can run to the psychiatrist and lay on that leather couch. You can get a therapist and some medication, but you got to do your part. You got to do your part, because all of that stuff ain't going to straighten out the magnitude of issues that we have in this world. Because you can be the same mouth that you just praised the Lord, cuss like a sailor, and just lose control that quick, because the tongue is the hardest muscle to tame. And I know, because I struggle with it. So I don't want to sit here just because I speak about God, try to act like I'm perfect. And then I love to be working on what I'm trying to do and getting to where I need to go. But you know, if we keep judging each other, we're not going to get anywhere. And just like with this YouTube world, I'm not going to, first of all, not even a baby going to come before God. I've learned that. And see, before, I wasn't raised like that. I didn't know my self-worth. I didn't know God, the Holy Spirit, none of that kind of stuff. Folks talked about it around me, but I was never taught anything. And it took me years and years and years of my life to finally get to where I can speak about it and absorb some of it. Because a lot of times, you know, God says, ask for anything you want. But sometimes we don't need to seek his hands. We need to seek his face. And I'm working on that, because like I said, I get here and praise one minute and be cussing the next minute. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think that's going to stop me from going to heaven. I honestly think that a lot of people are trying to make something perfect, or a person perfect, and tell you what God's going to allow in heaven, when it's not even the truth. Everybody don't know what he's going to do, because he is not even the court system is the judge and jury. God's going to tell you. You know how many people are getting into heaven and how many aren't? And the ones that you think are, oh, Sister Mary, she sings in the choir. She has the bake sales. She always watching the kids, you know, when we having service. And she cares, and she's, you know, really serving God. And then you got Mary over here. She in jail because she killed her kids. And so which one you think is going to heaven? Oh, you're going to go to the church one, aren't you? Oh, because you don't know that could be a wolf wearing sheep's clothing. So you're going to go with her. But in fact, she been faking the funk and playing y'all all the while. And the one that went to jail for killing her kids is pure in her heart. And God got a space for her. What happened with Moses? Moses carried the 10 Commandments. God talked to him through a burning bush. And he murdered someone. Everybody always talk about the travel. Oh, the 12 disciples, that's all it was? No, there was prostitutes. What about the Marys? There was the ones that was at the tomb before anybody else. Prostitutes, murderers, thieves, cons. You got to look at what the travel team consists of. That's why he went to the cross. Even when he went to the cross, there were some sinners that was hung up next to him, and he told them they all coming with him to paradise. But they sinned, though. This one raped a child. Well, how are they? God knows. And if we knew everything, why would we need God? And then also, we got to remember that we got to try to think with our spiritual self. We got to think with our spiritual mind, because I realized that what I learned too about this type of stuff is like, you know, when you bury people that you know are good, little kids, babies. And you know, and I used to think, especially working in the medical field, of, you know, doing autopsies and being there and taking the waste away, whatever your job description is. Oh my gosh, they done cut that person, that wide cut, they done cut that person open, took their insides out. And oh my gosh, that's terrible. And then this person is going in this box and underground. First of all, they say ashes to ashes, dust to dust. God will give you beauty for your ashes. But see, you forget about the soul. The soul, I don't care if I'm sitting right here right now, HIV positive, anything. My soul don't have cancer. My soul don't have AIDS. My soul was not buried. Do not think that you're buried when you're planted either, when you're alive. But a lot of people don't understand that. They always look at the wrong part of it because you don't understand the spirit realm. Just like with me, I've always, they used to call me an old soul, and I've always vibed off of people and a lot of stuff that I didn't know that I was tapping into, and I thought I was crazy, some of it. And I'm going to keep it real. I don't do all that psychic and all that. I'm not telling nobody not to do that. But I'm not into all that psychic and all that stuff. But I know there's demonic spirits and there's evil possession and things of that. But I don't get in crazy. Oh, I see you with 3 kids. One of them is going to kill you tomorrow. All that. I'm not with none of that. That's not what I'm talking about. I just always been a good character, like judging people, and can tell. Even when I was a little girl, my mother used to tell me that, and certain things would happen. She could tell that I knew because I would leave away from it. And like I said before, a lot of women that have violent men in the house, you could have a baby 8 months old, and if that man has been violent in the house, that child start flinching. I done dealt with babies like that. They start crying and grabbing on you because they heard his voice in the other room. You didn't hide nothing from the kids. The kids know. And then what about these good, oh my gosh, I feel so bad about the good men that's with these no good, low budget women that don't appreciate nothing that they do. This man may have got with you and got kids that he using his kids, your kids. He ain't the father of your kids, and you still with him. And then when you with the woman, you got with her, and she got 4 other men kids, and you helping her raise the kids. She's still running around out here, don't appreciate you, spit in your face, disrespect you. You giving her your whole paycheck. You keeping her kids all the time, and you're not even their father. There's so many good men out here that are being abused. And I have a very close family member that got themselves caught up into something, and it got real crazy. Real crazy. It got so bad they couldn't even hear God talking to them. They couldn't listen to nothing I was telling them or anybody else until they just sat down and got dog walked so bad that they ended up homeless. They lost their relationship with God. They lost their hope. This man around the wrong kind of people because he got with these characters and got around their family and got drowned out and brainwashed. Finally now, the last 2 years, they're back on track. And it's because they just lost it. They got caught up around the wrong people and they went the wrong way. And I know how that is because I done been through that. And see, the whole thing too, like when we be saying hood and hood terminology and stuff, hood ain't necessarily as bad. It depends on what it consists of, because sometimes it's the people that live in it and their conduct that makes it a messy place. But in some cases, hood is considered as just being poor. You may be poor, but you're rich spiritually. And sometimes less is more. Obviously, a lot of people would want to have a car and a house instead of being homeless and living outside. But if you talk to anybody that's in that predicament, you will see how much richer they are spiritually than we are that have material things. And that's the thing that and even now too, I think about, like when you're younger, obviously when you start off in life, you want to get. And that's normal. You want to get married someday. You want to have kids. You want to own a house. It depends on, because a lot of people don't have those wishes. I'm just saying, we want to get. And when you start getting older, just like with me now, I'm looking around, why the hell I got so many, just like that same word I use, that big old H, yes. All these plaques on the wall. And I'm not talking about hoarding and, too crowded in, but why do I have it? That's because I done changed. I'm getting older. I don't need all this no more. That's why. At that time, that was feeding me. That was my style. That's what I like. But now I feel like I'm cluttered up. I've been going through, the basement and stuff and clearing out stuff there. I don't need 3 or 4 plaques on this wall. One nice one will do. I don't have to keep doing all this different stuff all the time, changing my curtains so often. You know what I mean? Because it's a lot of work to keep doing that. And then I got to get the throw pillows to go with it. I'm just calming down. Even with my bedroom, I done got to the point I call myself got slick, where I got a set of curtains and I only change the one curtain, and then the middle one matches any color that I got, because I got a few comforter sets. You know how when you buy comforters, you keep them and bag them up, and then when you want to use them again, you wash them. I just been looking at the stuff and I said, I don't need it. Less is more. I find myself buying lesser stuff now when I go to the grocery store. And just even with my thoughts, stuff that bothered me, I don't even care. I don't even care. You know how when you got to go out the house and you be saying, I'm looking hella crazy. I look a mess. The true you has risen. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because you're not going out looking disrespectful, carrying the odor, musty, and not having no respect for yourself. But I didn't feel like blow drying my hair today, so I put on a nice hat. I cleaned the boogers out my eyes. I brushed my teeth. So I'm going to go out. But other days you may want to be fancy a little bit, have some lipstick on and put your cute little coat on. And some days you just want to chill. That's because, we got some wisdom coming up in us. When I see someone with gray hair, I look at that as a virtue and wisdom. And people like that, I give thanks and praise. And then you get to a stage too, especially us women, you get tired of having to try to keep dyeing that gray. I mean, I like a little touch of color and stuff here and there, chilling with a little bit of style. But I'm just saying, you just get tired of it. And sometimes you grow into who you are becoming. And all of that foolish mess that a lot of us took off of men as women and vice versa for the guy. I don't, honey, listen, any man, let me tell you right now, if anybody ever tried to roll up on me with this foolish mess, because see, I was raised up with a lot of women that put up with that. But I can't do it. I had to let, I won't say lost, I had to let go of friendships because of how they're allowing these men to infiltrate their life. And these women are getting grown now. And see, a lot of people think that, oh, well, she's a grandmother. Well, she's only 30 though. So she don't know too much of anything yet because she had her child at 15. Some of them don't get mature enough yet. And I have a person, well, one of the friends that I thought that we would be friends with forever, but eventually it got played out. I remember we were younger. She was dating a guy that's much older than her, and like 20 years later, she done got with the guy again, and guess what? He still ain't never got himself together. He's living with his mother, and she like 80. You understand what I'm saying? And he never got himself together, and you knew he wasn't hitting on nothing then, and he ain't hitting on nothing now. And the only thing he doing is eating under a two-legged table and keeping your headboard banging against the wall, and that's all he's giving you. And you remember that because he was doing it when you were younger. He was too old for you to be with him then. But you done got right back with that again, and you're right back on that same track again. So I got to the point where I said, you know what, I'm gonna just, dwindle out of this, because we have had most of the problems that me and this friend had was her over men. And I just had one of these YouTubers that I watched. She said that she felt that it's okay for you to be able to, if you confide in a female friend, that's okay for them to have pillow talk with their boyfriend or husband about the friendship and the business that you confided in them. I don't think that that's appropriate. I think that if y'all girls and y'all got that female code and you don't want nobody else to know but her, she ain't have no business telling no man, no woman's talk. You know what I mean? But some people are okay with that, but I don't roll like that. And I started seeing, I had two friends after all, the different people that I knew that you knew from when you were younger, before you got your menstrual cycle and all that, learning stuff together, going through cramps and silly boyfriends, domestic boyfriends, all of that stuff together to where we're grown and tall, own our own houses and things like that, and know better now. And she's still falling for the same stuff. But it's not even just like, well, that's her business. That's what she do with her man, and you mind your business when it comes to that. It's not that. It ain't nobody you coming over my house to chill with me, and he coming trying to bust my door down and come in here and call us all bees. You caught up with that. I can't rock with it. I love you from a distance. And that's a lot to say, but a lot of times we have to do it. And people get forgiveness messed up too. A lot of people be thinking that when you don't forgive people, when you forgive people, that you're supposed to stay around certain people and allow them to keep doing the same thing. And what I've learned is that just because God is forgiving doesn't mean that we can keep sinning. But when you deal with certain people that keep doing the same thing, you got to love them from a distance. I'm not with the program. I've learned so much stuff, and it came from God only, and him giving and telling me to have self-respect. Other than that, I wouldn't be nowhere, and I would still be the fool that lending people money, letting people stay with you. I'm not talking about anybody crazy or whatever, but no good folks, though, that you thought was your family and friends and homie. I done learned all of that stuff. And now I got such a tight ship that I don't even fool, even with me, especially some incidents that I went through, like I said, to keep me off camera. I don't fool with the neighbors out here. I got a set of neighbors, because see, I don't play all that dirty trash can and leaving my trash can on the curb for 3 or 4 days. I've had 12-hour shifts where nobody at the house was home either to bring the trash can in, and it might have but normally I don't do that. And my trash can is cleaned out. I don't take and throw an eggshell right in the trash can. I got me a little old cheap dollar mop and some pine saw, and I hose my trash can down. I don't care what winter, whatever season it in, wherever state I'm, because I'm global, a lot of the times. And I don't care where it's at. I have to clean my trash can. And I had, a neighbor that their trash can is always out there. And one of the neighbors' trash can, I guess it was left in the street, and the trash can got hit and messed up. So when I see a few neighbors' trash cans out, I always go and pull it back up off the curb for them. And I had one of them told me, don't mess with their trash, don't do their thing. And I said, you know what, I'll leave them alone. But they don't know me personally, because I stopped being bothered. But I still put a care package on the porch. If they celebrate Christmas or something like that, then I'll put it there, because even like with family in Canada, they do their Christmas earlier than they do in the States. So I try to do things like that. Even some people have been disrespectful to me. And the way I came up, when you have a baby, you do not ride in the front seat when you're getting out the hospital. You don't have a whole crowd of people all over kissing all over the baby that you just brought home. If you have a neighbor down the street that's sick, you go down there and make them a casserole. See if you can do some laundry for them. Take their trash in and out. Or if they're in the hospital, you watch out for their house. But these days, they know that you're in the hospital. They're going to break in your house because you're in the hospital. The folks here done got trifling. A lot of people don't like old ways, but I always know that God make old things new again. So I always make sure that any youngins that I run across, that I don't want to be caught up in the 2023 everything. Think about getting off the computer and see how long you can go and how much you will get done. You're spending about 8 hours gaming and another 4 on the computer. How about you try to not get on the computer and go clean the closet out like you said, your closet. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying, you said you had wanted to clean your closet out. I bet you get up there and start cleaning that closet out. You're going to have a good time, and it's going to take a lot of time, and you'll realize that I didn't even have to get on the computer today, and I'm fine with it. That's the stuff that I'm learning and that I've been doing, is to really pay attention. Just like I thought I did a sweep through the house of what I don't need, but I got to go again, because you find reasons to keep stuff. And it's not necessarily hoarding, but it's unnecessary and unneeded stuff, and you find a reason to keep it. And I got so much stuff that I said I just got to blindly throw it away. And even if it's good stuff, then bag it up and drop it off at the Salvation Army, but you don't need it. You done had them pants hanging in the closet for 15 years. First of all, you started off with one stomach. Now you got two and a fupa. You know you ain't gonna never get back into them jeans. You understand what I'm saying? Leave it alone. Leave it alone. It's too much stuff. You don't need it. I got to get some stuff out of my nightstands. And I said the next time I get a nightstand, I'm going to get a different one. And it ain't going to have no drawers. That way I can't put nothing in it if I don't know how to discipline myself and act right. It's just different stuff, training, life, with your expectations. And I don't try to get into Joneses. I mean, I like to know enough. Maybe that's why I don't know enough about computers, and I need to get with some of these young heads. But a lot of stuff I like to do, like, I got family to tell me, when take your phone, take your cell phone and put your grocery list in the cell phone. I don't like doing that. I like to have it written down on the paper. Because if I see something I want to get and I want to read the ingredients, I can't hold the phone in my hand and look at the item. So if I put my phone down, somebody will steal it. But if I put down an old grocery list, ain't nobody interested in that. I don't want to keep clicking. I want to get it and cross it out. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. But, you get the youngins and, oh, you're making it harder and stuff. How is it? It always worked, and I still like it now. I try my best when I'm, at the store. I try my best when I'm, leaving. If I got something that I know that I, decide I don't want at the register, or I'm over my budget, give it to the cashier. Why are you going to stick the steak over there with the pine saw? If you don't want to walk all the way back over there, give it to the cashier. These are just things that I've been practicing on. Try your best if you can to put the carriage back. I've had times that I barely got to the car and couldn't get the carriage back through the medical problem. So now you're leaving it right there in the parking lot to roll and hit somebody's car. I try not to do that. I had learned a long time ago, when you got kids, you don't play the game with the kids. If you know that you're going in the store, you're not going to tell Mike he getting a Tonka truck and Sally she getting a Dora doll. I got enough money to buy some bleach and a loaf of bread, and that's all we getting. You don't go in there and let the child play with the toy and slob on it, and then when you get to the register, you stick it to the side, and then you got to try to play it off to pay for your stuff and get out the store with a screaming child. And sometimes your kids act a fool because you ain't tend to them right. You've been in Walmart for about an hour. Did you see a boo-boo need a pamper change? Somebody thirsty? Do you got a sippy cup? Sometimes it be us that don't be tending right either, then you get mad. Or sometimes you got to go in the bathroom and straighten them out. You might have to straighten them out. And you got the carriage, you go up to the register and say, can y'all watch this for a minute because I got to go outside. You might have to go outside to the car and get it together no matter what it is. If somebody need to be disciplined, if somebody need a break from being in the store, kids don't know too much, but if you teach them, they will. Stop letting the kids sit in front of Peppa Pig all day long when you can take them and spend some time with them. I remember Barney. Barney ain't got to teach the kids how to color. You can do it. You can find things that make it fun for the kids to want to clean and do stuff. And sometimes when you get a child with a broom and they got the broom around the house, let them hold on to it, because what they're doing, they're trying to copy when they see you sweep, and eventually it'll work for them. Because a lot of times our kids think that we want them to do it so we can have them as slaves. But no, I'm teaching you a lifestyle. You understand what I'm saying? Just like you got to know how to keep yourself clean down there. And when I talk, you're going to hear me repeating the same thing, because I'm a repeat offender. I got to brush my teeth every day. I got to shower every day. You know what I'm saying? I like this kind of bread, so I will buy it again. I like this salad dressing, so when you hear somebody say something again, it's what it is. And like I said, I'm just talking mostly about how I live because I'm, God has saved a wretch like me, and I'm still working on it. And sometimes being humble ain't enough. You have to humble yourself. You got to go past humble into great humility. And when I say great humility, I'm talking about down where you crying that ugly cry and that. You know how kids get that cry? I do that as an adult when I need to be disciplined from God and get myself together because I done got off the beaten path way too far. More than I should when I know I done went too far. I remember I cussed somebody off, and it wasn't necessarily a whole bunch of swearing, but there was quite a few choice words. But it's how my emotions was raging over there when I maybe shouldn't even bother with it. And I said I shouldn't have. Then I get mad. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have did that. I mean, you repent and stuff, but you know it happened, and it can happen again because we're born in this world like this, and the flesh is hard to tame at times. And I don't know who's all still on here because I know I done talk, honey, and I got a mouth on me. I'm another one with that talking and talking and talking. I can talk to a dog, the wall. I can talk to myself and just keep it going. So I don't know if any of you ladies are still here or not, but if you guys are still here and y'all want me to keep rocking and rolling, I can do that. If not, I can tap off because I have been lucky to be able to get on here and talk because things have changed for me in a good way. So I do what it do. So I don't know who's still here because it's hard to look on here and tell who's here because I've had people that I was dealing with right off the bat, and it didn't show that they were here, but they were here. So anyway, y'all, then I don't see nobody responding, so I always do it like this. Doom, 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 da, da, da. That's giving time, like I heard that from some game show or somewhere. Okay, so I see everybody's gone, so I am going to tap out. I'd like to thank you all so much, so much. Now, Miss, I like to call you 50, even though you're probably gone. I got me wanting some fish now, so I think that's what we're gonna have for dinner tomorrow. But yeah, I thank you guys more than words could say, and I just want you guys to understand that this ain't a game for me. This is real talk, and I have even if I didn't get monetized, the friendships that I made are priceless. I thank you all so much for your time, putting up with me, because I know we all got a million things to do, and we only got 24 hours in the day. I bless you guys. I wish you all the best, and I give you guys the praise and the best of everything that life has to offer. And y'all, getting ready for Jingle Bells. It's about to go down. Before we know it, it'll be New Year's, like Christmas done went on by. Just like you thinking it's Halloween and they got Thanksgiving going. You already know how it is. And then you be like, well, I'm not getting my stuff now. And half the time, if you don't start trying to get something early, there ain't going to be nothing left because everything's flying so fast. But anyway, you guys, God bless everyone. Peace and blessings to you all, and I'll be coming back through at some point, and I just appreciate y'all. Bye for now. I got my little kitty sign that I like to put up, even if somebody's here. Nobody's here. Look at that. Hey, all right. Bye-bye.